Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to Economics Monday. I'm going to be your host today, Nick Palavita from the Research Triangle Park in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and also our co-host, Kimberly Calhoun, who's also at the Research Triangle Park in North Carolina, who's also sits as a vice chair of the Computer Science Department Board of Advisors at North Carolina State University. And we got a lot of great topics today to discuss on Economics Monday because stuff in economics changes all the time. We have a great lineup, so hopefully you'll enjoy our program today. But before we get started, Kim, we have the Washington Report, which today is going to be live by Bill Trezevant. Let me see if I can bring him into the show just a minute. Got to hit the right button here. And he has arrived. Bill, welcome to the show.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, Bill, welcome to the show.
But also, we want to say good afternoon and good evening to everyone else in the world. And I'm so excited because this is the way I love to get started, hearing about our political campaign is the 5-minute brief.
So the floor is yours, Counselor.
Well, actually, I appreciate that. And thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Your Honor. Welcome from IBMTV. International Broadcast Media. This is your Washington Report. The only news that you need to know about today is that President Trump has paid no taxes for over 15 years. I believe the earth-shattering results or story by the New York Times indicated that President Trump paid $750 in taxes for 2 years, the first year he was elected and last year. At all other times during the last 15 years, Trump has reported losses in the billions. And just to kind of put it in perspective, according to the report, Trump, from his television series, made over $427 million, but apparently lost so much money, he paid no taxes. Now, I'm not sure what else we can do to wrap our heads around that, but the president doesn't even pay for the government he leads. Now, with that, I think on Economic Mondays, I'm not sure what else there is to talk about, except that maybe perhaps tomorrow at the debate, we will see how he answers that question. Nick?
Well, I think we could do a whole show on that. As a matter of fact, what I'd like to do is bring our tax experts, Blake Christian, who is the managing partner of HCTV. It's a 500 to 700 person CPA firm. And also we can bring in John Power. I forgot to talk about that, Bill, but do a whole show on Trump's taxes. Kim wants to show up too. You know, everybody wants to listen to this. But Bill.
Well, you can bring me in on this particular topic because I'm very familiar with the Noel situations. And you know, this is an interesting topic because it seems to be, to me, that a lot of people who filed in the 1999 up to about 2008, because I've spoke with other people who've had this problem, that when they filed for their NOL, for whatever reason now the IRS is attacking them. And what it is that a lot of people did not understand the statute of limitations. But that's another huge topic that we have been investigating, understanding, and learning. And actually, John Powers is a great person to talk on the subject now. So.
Yeah, so we may do a special show, but I also know there's some other people who've paid no taxes in the United States, and we're going to invite him in from.
Okay, but the difference, generally, Nick, is that, and I know because it's really easy to move in that direction of the major companies that have their offshore accounts and things of that nature. But those are, corporations that are doing it through, their loopholes and the filings, et cetera. But no, $750.
Right.
in comparison, he spent over $70,000 on haircuts alone.
Yeah, how do you write that one off?
Can I intervene just for a second here? He had a net operating loss that he carried forward. And I just want to inform the people that you are not allowed to absorb that NOL unless you pay taxes. So you have to pay your taxes and report your income and taxes first. Then you're allowed to absorb the NOL. So he pretty much had to report all of these taxes. And then he says, no, I'm going to reduce my income with the NOL, and then I'm going to get the taxes back. So I'm kind of curious, did he just file his taxes and never pay the taxes because he had an NOL first? Because I didn't know that that could be done. Well, but I'm not defending it.
I know.
I'm curious.
Well, the thing is, what people don't see, the real problem is the regular American doesn't understand the 1%. And we'll have David Cay Johnston on later on today. Remember, we wrote that book, Perfectly Legal, about how you unfortunately manipulate the tax code. It's really, there's a lot of plays that are actually pretty simple. And what he could have done, whether people like it or not, is perfectly legal. Now, the wage people out there, they have a problem with it because remember, they have to pay taxes of 15.3% on the first dollar of earned income, Bill. Earned income is not what you want. You want passive income. So the thing is,
Nick, except that's why I pointed out the $427 million, because that was earned income from his show.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the real estate development.
Right. Yeah, so he offset it with other losses from his real estate debacles that he existed in, and he had net operating loss carry forwards. It's quite possible that happened, and it's quite possible that's perfectly legal. I think what we'll do is we'll devote a whole show. I'll bring in some subject matter experts in taxation. Maybe we'll do it next week on Economics Monday. We'll bring in the taxes since it's already came up to play.
Because I would like to know, did he just not pay the taxes from the TV show, or did he report them and then write them off?
It sounds to me reported and then wrote deductions off, and then he may have had what they call the flow through entities, and
right.
Losses from his other businesses that flowed onto his return that offset the income, and then off it washed out.
And that's all legal.
And unfortunately, as I say, it's perfectly legal.
Okay, but then I guess the question is this for our audience and our viewers around the world. Trump is fighting. There's the COVID relief package where Americans might get $1,200 and the unemployed might get an extra $600 a week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
He made $427 million and says with a straight face he only owed $750 in taxes.
Right.
Let's be generous. $1,500, which is what he paid, according to the New York Times report, over 15 years.
Yeah,
$150.
And you have a problem with that?
I know.
I guess you do, because one year he had to pay $70 million, from what I understand.
Does that, and it's all legal. This is why I'm glad this is happening, because we can have this conversation now, and I think people will listen. Okay, and the reason why they're going to listen this is that if it happened to little old Kim, nobody would care. But if it's happening to Trump, everybody's in an uproar and everybody's going to listen. So I'm glad this is happening, because this book has been out for a long time. I read it. I learned that everything about what was perfectly legal.
Perfectly legal.
Only the top 1% was using it, but the middle class man.
Okay. Look, next week I'll bring our subject matter experts on. We'll talk about captive insurance companies. He may have had one of those. We'll talk about using the double Dutch Irish sandwich. He may have used one of those. There's a lot of legitimate techniques that he could have used to actually mitigate his tax liability, and it's all perfectly legal. You can be an uproar about it or not be an uproar about it. Is the tax system of the United States of America. And that's how it works. And so the thing is, if he had just had a regular job, he would be stuck with. And by the way, when they're talking about income taxes, it may be totally different than Social Security and Medicare taxes, which are payroll taxes. Mm-hmm. I haven't looked at his return. I believe he paid those because it's almost impossible to avoid. But if you're talking about federal income taxes, he may have avoided all those, and that's because he can't. Remember, even though the rates here are 34%, do you know how many companies pay like 2% in taxes? I mean, it's because they plan properly.
Listen, I think Ankit, what do we got?
Oh, Trump paid more in India than he did in the United States.
Trump or his firm paid more taxes in India in 2017 than in US. And the report says that Trump paid $750 of federal income tax in the year 2017. But in India, he paid $145,000 in 2017.
Yeah. Right. I mean, the thing is, in other words, he may have paid more offshore than he did onshore, which is quite possible because his holdings are international more than domestic. I mean, yeah, you can get an uproar about the federal tax system, but I think it's better that you need to understand the federal tax system. Then you should be in an uproar.
Okay, well, I'm not.
That a regular person could not do this and get away with it. It's only for the top 1%, because if you try to do it as a normal person, like if you set yourself up to utilize these benefits, they really squash you.
But there are a lot of benefits out there. Like, let me tell you another one, because I'll bring in Blake, who's a very well-known tax expert in the United States, doing opportunity zones. Oz, I call it the wonderful world of Oz.
Sure.
Okay, it is a legitimate place that if somebody has a large capital gain in the United States, you want to wipe out your taxes, you invest into an opportunity zone or opportunity zone fund, and you can eliminate the capital gains completely. In other words, not pay any taxes. It's completely legal. It was put in the Internal Revenue Code to encourage people to invest in opportunity zones. Okay, that's the reason why it was there.
Nick, even that you're using the term investment. You are building something, and that you have something to show for.
Right.
I'm not sure what we have to show for $427 million.
Well, the thing. You don't. I mean, the thing is, that's not the whole idea. In other words, the real question is, somebody would actually have to examine the return. Remember, his returns have been examined by attorneys and CPAs, and somebody signed off probably on his return that it was a legitimate return. Some of the positions that he took, like $70,000 for haircuts, that can be argued, but may not be argued, because at the same time, he may have, because remember he was on Celebrity Apprentice, he may have, somebody wants to know what an opportunity zone is. Okay, he may have actually had a legitimate reason to have the haircut done in a certain way. It may have been for a hair transplant that we didn't know about, because he was on television, so he wrote it off. And now the question,
looks like he's got a good deal from his hairdresser. It could have been way much more expensive.
Yeah, it could have been way more expensive. That may have been a good deal.
It wasn't so bad.
Because remember, we've hired makeup people, Kim. As a matter of fact, I was late this morning's meeting because my wife and I were discussing the hairdressing cost. I mean, so the thing is, his was a little more expensive, $70,000, than your average person bill. But he's not the average person. He's the president of the United States. And back then, he was Celebrity Apprentice. We just brought Celebrity Apprentice to the whole country so they could see it right out of the White House.
You know what the IRS told me? I could not deduct my makeup and hair for the TV show. And I'm like, are you kidding me? That's
sure you can.
A lot of money in this. And they're like, no, we don't allow that. And I go, yeah, you do. Here it is in your code. So you have to fight.
Oh, you argued that already before NCDOR?
Yes, I've already argued it.
You argued the haircut deduction. Did you get the haircut deduction sustained?
Not yet.
But it's arguable.
Actually, right now, Kimberly, the good news for you out of Washington is that you have you can just go into the North Carolina Department of Revenue and say the president did it. So in that regard,
there you go.
He did it.
That's right. He did it. Nick, I want to be clear that I know that you were not alone, because Shakeel and Sasha are ready to come to your aid by saying it's perfectly legal. Gentlemen who are
I got the book back here. It was by David Cay Johnston. Here we go. It's a great book. It was one of the first books that this is how I got introduced to David Johnston. He'll be on later on. Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller. Wrote this book, Perfectly Legal. Okay.
Nick, have you seen his performance yesterday on CNN?
Well, that's what it is. It's a performance. But the thing is, at the same time, okay, here's the thing. in the area I used to work in, which was called estate planning, there was estate taxes, and they still exist today. 40% of what you earn going to federal estate taxes. What's that? Profits. Patriotism. Okay, that's opinion, counselor. But at the same time, here's the deal. I spent 17 years of my career with extremely wealthy people, not like Trump, but these people are really wealthy people, profit off of taxes. Okay. And what the goal was, Bill, is to reduce or eliminate what they call the federal estate tax using tools and techniques, which are even today perfectly legal. Now, there are certain tools and techniques you can use for income tax planning as well. Why do you think Microsoft has 400 tax attorneys working out of Redmond? 400. You got to stand in line with 400 other, they do taxes. And what they're doing in a lot of cases is what they call intercompany transfer tax issues under 482 of the Internal Revenue Code. It's especially, I don't work in that area. But at the same time, the reason why is they drive that corporate tax, purportedly the highest in the world, down to next to nothing. Okay, and that's the name of the game, and that's the reason I teach the graduate tax program at Northeastern University, because what we're doing is we're taking public policy that you guys set up in Washington and using it for our clients. You're the one who set up the public policy to ask for opportunity zones. And for those people who don't know opportunity zones, it is making investments in areas that are deemed by those people in Washington to be blighted or need help. And so what happens if I buy buildings or invest in businesses in inner city Detroit, I can have my capital gains tax forgiven. Okay? So perfectly legal. Let me tell you something. Perfectly legal. We'll bring in Blake. He's an expert on opportunity zones to discuss it. It's put in the code because they realize investors would not invest in these crazy ideas if there wasn't a tax advantage, but there are.
We'll bring in David. David will
be on later on. Now he's not a Trump fan. He may not be a fan of doing things that are perfectly legal, but it doesn't matter. Under the law, it is perfectly legal. And the thing is, we're wasting our time discussing.
No. One more observation, though. It is not. We are not discussing whether what Trump does perfectly legal or imperfectly legal or illegal or whatever. It just doesn't matter. Well, that's what his campaign said, that he didn't pay taxes. It was well known in 2016 in the debates with Hillary Clinton. So there is nothing new. Okay, full stop, period. So, as you remember, sitting president cannot be indicted anyway. However, in a few weeks, he may not be a sitting president anymore. That's going to be a different story altogether. But right now, he cannot be indicted anyway. You're missing the point that the huge damage was done to his image as successful president, a businessman, visionary, or whatever else you want to call him, because he was losing money all these years. He is a loser. He is not a very smart businessman. Yeah, he didn't pay taxes. So people who lose money don't pay taxes.
Yeah, but wait, time out. Time out, guys. Okay, time out. Let me give you an example. I buy two pieces of real estate. Mm-hmm. I buy one, the Trump Tower in Manhattan, and then I buy another one, the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. One goes, I spend $50 million for each. One goes to $500 million. My net worth climbs to nearly $500 million. The other one goes bankrupt, and I sell it and I write it off. And then you say he's a loser. Wait a minute. No, his net worth increased by $400 million, yet he's showing tax losses of $50 million. You guys do not play the tax game here in the United States. You can show huge amounts of losses and have huge amounts of net worth in gains.
I'm not discussing.
It's the image.
I'm out of it completely. Yeah, he is right. He hasn't paid taxes for the last 500 years. So what? I mean, by the way, with all the scandal, he's going to win election anyway. Yeah, believe it or not, I was watching side bet 365, but people are not talking like he win the election, he lose the election. They put actually money. They put a line.
Yeah, here with the Las Vegas odds
outcome of election, and they go state by state. And what I see that even yesterday, with all the scandal unraveling, by the way, today on CNBC, they said very interesting things. This, Trump is obsessed with stock market, and he's mindful that stocks must go higher so people will be happy. But guess what? Trump sold all his stocks from 2014 to 2016. He has no share of anything. Okay,
well, yeah.
So we have a president who is worrying so much about stock market.
I have a bet with Shakeel that Biden's going to win. I have a Coke bet versus a can of beer. So I need Biden to win. Otherwise, I have to go out and buy Shakeel a can of beer. But if Biden wins, he gets to buy me a Diet Coke. Good. So we got big bets going on here at IBM.
Hang on, Nick, right. I want to. Yes, Kimberly. But Nick, I want to point something out that was particularly interesting this weekend, and that is North Carolina is trending towards Biden. It is.
I'm betting on Biden. I'm betting on Biden because I want Shakeel to go buy me that can of Coke.
Well, what I want to say is that Nick, and we have it. We have someone coming up on a new program called Swing.
And I live in North Carolina, and I control all the votes there anyway.
North Carolina is not going to Biden. Georgia is not going to Biden.
Oh,
okay, what's going to happen? The Rust Belt's not going back to Biden.
Oh, wait, Shakeel, man.
North Carolina is one of the toughest states to kind of figure out. They are so on.
Shakeel, let me tell you something. You see all these things? These are all envelopes, okay? They're going in for Biden today as we talk. Let me tell you, North Carolina is going for Biden.
Are they all the ballots?
They're ballots. How'd you know? I'm stuffing it right now while you're talking. Look, I'm stuffing the ballots in right now while you're talking. So North Carolina will go for Biden.
Look, one of the salient features of Sasha is that Sasha is a straight shooter. And I think, to quote you, Sasha, Trump is a loser.
Oh, did you say that?
No, to quote Sasha, I didn't say that. I'm a journalist at IBMTV. So
yeah, you can't say anything like that.
Shakeel, I mean, your thoughts?
Look, I was watching with amusement at the sort of horror, the shock and the horror. A billionaire minimized their taxes? I can't believe it. Like all the other billionaires, they pay as much as they possibly can, right? But we don't talk about Jeff Bezos because, he's a Democrat supporter. Because Bezos really likes paying taxes, right?
No.
And our good friend at Tesla, he really loves paying his taxes as well.
Elon Musk, no.
In California, they all really love paying their taxes as well. So we criticize all of them as well, don't we?
Yes, we do, actually. In America, we do. We bring them all down. They're all the Republicans point the fingers at them. The Democrats point the fingers at Trump. So we do.
Hey, listen. Even Bill. Bill Gates even figured this one out. Okay, one of the biggest games out there to eliminate your federal estate tax is a private foundation. Okay. I used to set up private foundations for my clients. At first, it would disturb them. What's this private foundation all the time? Why would I do that? Because you can take your money, dump it in the foundation. When you die, it goes to your kids who set up as foundation managers. You do have to distribute money to charity, but you're able to not pay any federal state tax. He figured out also, I'm pretty sure, because I know some of his attorneys in Seattle, that you get ongoing income tax deductions to make contributions on an ongoing basis to your private foundation. Hey, look, it's perfectly legal. I don't know why you guys have problems with this.
I don't have any problem with that. Okay. Absolutely not. What is interesting is,
I was quiet for like 12 minutes, right? I sat back and was very quiet. Let me just make my point here, okay, please? All the billionaires do this. All the big companies do this. But just in Donald Trump's case, remember that you do get to claim back the amortization and the devaluation of fittings and fixtures and buildings. Given that he's in real estate, he probably does have a lot of on-paper losses that are allowable under the tax code. That's not just about them being allowable. But of course, he's going to be employing people to make sure that he's not overpaying what he's supposed to be. This is what happens when politicians on both sides of the aisle create a tax code that is 70,000 pages long. Nobody's going to understand it, and they build into the tax code. They build into the tax code loopholes. They also build into the tax code specific things to incentivize certain activity. So when you say the top 1%, let me just say a couple of things here. Firstly, the top 1% are not made up of just billionaires. I believe in your country it's 500,000. It might be 400,000 a year in income. Now, I'm not saying
800,000.
Is it 800 now?
Yep.
Okay. So 800,000, you know, you're in the realm of some lawyers. You're in the realm of some doctors. You know, you're not just in the realm of people who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth.
Right.
Some people have worked really hard to get up to those levels, and they might only stay there for a few years and then fall back down again.
Right.
Okay. When we talk about the tax code only being available to people in the top 1%, you know, they're not all these horrible people. Some of them are working class 1%ers. But just on that note, you talk about the ozones. Yes, there are tax incentives that, although they are technically and theoretically available to everybody, there are certain tax incentives that are only going to be taken up by the very rich. And the idea, presumably, is that them getting a tax break is worth it for the extra economic activity that they're going to produce if they're investing in an ozone, or if they're investing in, you know, low-income housing or low-income jobs creation, that sort of thing. So why are we beating people up when they then use the tax code the way it's meant to be? Change the tax code. Don't have a go at the person for abiding by the rules.
I'm not beating them up. As a matter of fact, like I said, if you want to learn a lot about taxes, Northeastern University has a graduate tax program. You can spend a year to learn the code.
I was attacking our Washington friend over there because I actually saw.
Well, that's because they don't know. They just don't spend enough time. Okay, listen. If you want to spend,
I won't name the particular politician in America who said it. But I think they actually stole it from one of our genius politicians here in Australia, who said, "This person has done the absolute maximum, and if they did any more, they'd be breaking the law. It's horrendous." And I kind of take that to mean that if this person was a police officer, they might pull you over for doing 70 in a 70 zone. Like, you're doing the maximum allowable speed in that area, and if you did any more, you'd be breaking the law. So, you know, you're almost a criminal. No, but you've actually abided by the law. And, you know, if you're going to make the ethical argument, if people take advantage of tax code incentives that are there specifically specifically to incentivize them to do so, and they didn't, they just said, no, I'm not paying anything. I'm just going to keep my money in the bank. You'd be making the same economic argument, the same ethical argument. Oh, well, these guys, you know, they just sit on their money and they hoard it for generations.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do.
Okay.
I'm so furious that you are all missing the point. You're discussing whether he didn't pay taxes was legal. It's not issue here at all. Perhaps legal, perhaps not. There are tax attorneys, there are bodies of people who are being paid a lot of money who will go through it and will figure out. That's not an issue even. The issue is that the man who's perceived to be worth billions of dollars was losing money all the time, and therefore he didn't pay taxes because he applied all his losses here and there. He is a loser, but interestingly enough, there are many losers. I didn't say anything original. He's also a cheat. He was cheating his partners, his workers, everything what he could touch. He was cheat. So here we have a cheat, we have a loser, and an idiot, by the way, is an idiot as well. So that man didn't pay taxes. What's the problem?
Time out.
The last thing that I care about.
Wait.
And furthermore, this idiot, cheat, and the loser is going to win second term.
No, he won't.
How about that? Enjoy.
Time out, counselor. Okay.
Can I just say, firstly, about him being a loser, that may not necessarily be the case. He might be taking deductions now against assets that will increase in value. But before you call him an idiot and a loser, and you know, and all of that, can you please remember you're in Canada, I'm in Australia. the US normally goes in first whenever there's a world conflict. So just be nice to them, please.
That's true. That's a Canadian Australian maybe opinion.
Right.
But the realities of what he does, and you got to look at some of the stuff he did. Okay, all these bankruptcies, those were from companies that he lent his name to that paid him a fee, and then the company went under. So the thing is, Shakeel sells the name because everybody thinks Shakeel is such a cool name, Shakeel Latimer. So he sells the name and he creates his name, the Shakeel Latimer Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, and they give him $10 million to use his name because Shakeel Latimer is famous in Australia. And then the Taj Mahal, Shakeel Latimer Taj Mahal in Atlantic City files bankruptcy. And then, of course,
why? How
he got his $10 million.
Have you ever been in a casino? Have you ever been in a casino?
Yes, of course. I've been to the Taj Mahal.
Okay,
as a matter of fact, I spent the night several times.
Wait a sec. It's a cash positive business.
Right.
You're bringing money
in that.
On the tables, in the slot machines. You go to a restaurant, you stay in a room. Sure. How the hell is there any other casino?
Here's how do you lose money in a casino?
Casinos that have gone bankrupt. There are heaps around history.
Okay, but here's how they do it, Sasha. Okay, what happens is it's built on borrowed money. Some clown gets to go to a bank and says, "Will you lend me $1 billion to build this at an outrageous interest rate?" And then they put up the building, they hire all those employees. Those employees cost money. They put all that equipment in, and then for whatever reason, downturn in the economy, people don't show up and they don't lose their money there. I mean, they lose their money if they show up and they don't show up. Then they go under. That's how casinos go under.
Yeah, I've heard that line. Okay.
Yeah.
Here
bad management.
If the bad management, because a stupid imbecile is at the management.
But he wasn't managing it. All he did was sell.
But he had 6 casinos, not 1, 2, 5, 6 casinos. Hold on. If you're saying that he borrowed too much money at high interest rates, so although casinos are very profitable, but the debt was that much that he couldn't pay. Well, they wouldn't go bankrupt never, because the lenders, they would renegotiate, and using positive cash flows, they would wait maybe a few more years to get paid, but they would get paid. The problem is that casinos were losing money. It wasn't the debt that killed them. It's a loss of money. And how he was losing money, it's a different story. I have my idea how he was losing money.
Casinos are you can take any business and turn it into a losing proposition. You can start paying outrageous.
Yes, if you're an idiot, it's number one.
Well, you can pay outrageous fees.
You want to do it on purpose. So if you didn't do it on purpose, so you're just an idiot. What else can I say?
But he may not have been the manager. The manager may be somebody else. The manager may not have taken advantage of the tax code, which they could have done in the casino.
So he hired the wrong manager. It's his fault, nobody else.
I believe he just sold his name to that. But no, he did that with a lot of companies.
He did here in Toronto. In Toronto, they opened a huge complex right in the middle of downtown, where Trump Plaza Hotel and condominiums, and they started to sell units, and they are saying that Trump invested in this project and it's the best in the world. There's nothing like that, and so on. So years went by, 5, 7, 8 years, and people who put deposits, they started to ask, well, maybe we should get our money back. Nothing is happening, nothing is being built. Oh, we have to get zoning, we have to get all the laws, we have to do this. Anyway, the lawsuit started. There is a shit hit the fan.
Then the lawyers make the money.
Lawsuit after lawsuit. Now, in the depositions, Trump says, sorry, I never heard about it. Yes, I think I sold my name for this project, but I have no personal involvement in that. I don't know nothing about it. And the same story was in the Panama, I think in Australia, in India, just all over the world. The same. Oh, it's legal. Okay, it's legal. Yeah. Sorry.
Sasha, I have a question. Sasha,
I didn't talk about the legality of it. I talked about the ethics of it.
We're talking business. We're talking business, not ethics.
Let me just ask you, and Sasha, I think you're hitting on a nerve here, and that is essentially this: it doesn't pass the smell test, because Shakeel, nobody told him he had to be a politician. Okay, he self-selected and ran for office. And the question becomes, when we are looking for a leader, you have a leader that says one thing, and then the facts are radically different. And it's just tough for people to wrap their heads around it. Sasha, you're right. He was claiming his losses. Okay. Shakeel, you're right. He was driving 70 in a 70-mile zone. But the question becomes, how do you rectify the two when you are sending American forces overseas to fight wars and die? How do you take that position when you are running a government and we are in a national pandemic and you're not managing the crisis? How do you rectify that?
No, these are facts. Those are opinions. Those are opinions. People who are on the left, look, everyone assumes I'm on the right. I'm not. I'm a moderate. And when it comes to US politics, why do I really care? But the thing is that everyone just says things like what you just said. Well, he's not managing the crisis very well. In whose opinion? Some people think he's doing a good job. Okay, not everybody has that opinion, so you can't just palm that off as fact. I'm not saying he's managing it well. I don't know. I'm not on the ground. I can only judge it based on what I see on the news. Okay, I'm not in the United States. It's very hard to make a decision about another country's belief.
And Shakeel, you're absolutely right. No, you're absolutely right, except that I'm just going to hand this over to Your Honor, Nick. Nick, do you
I just have a question for the panel. Has anybody here ever stayed in a Four Seasons hotel, or are you familiar with the Four Seasons hotel? Okay. Do you know the Four Seasons hotel? You know how many hotels they own? 0. The Four Seasons, all they do is sell their name and a computer registration system, and that's it. And Bill Gates actually owns the Four Seasons name and technology. They don't own one hotel.
What was it you were going to say? Okay, so he's done his terrible job. So, he's sending troops.
No. Actually, my point was going to be this before Nick wanted to check into a 5-star hotel, and that was, Nick, I was going to refer to you and ask you to bring up the relative death toll of the various nations to see which ones have lower death totals from the pandemic. We
do that on Friday. Okay, the thing is, if you look at the metrics of this, okay, you're going to see that the thing is that the death rate in the United States is much higher than a lot of other countries. In other words, I would say it sits in a C category. It was not really A+ as purported by one individual on national television, but it's not a complete F. But it sits there maybe in the C category in terms of the response. But I'll also tell you this, Bill. This is what I've seen recently in your country, which is now my country, and we have to talk to the people in other countries, that there's a governor in the state of Florida who believes this is all a hoax. I don't know if you've seen this. So he's going to open everything up. All right? And we saw that happen. It's called Brazil. And they quickly got huge amounts of people basically infected and dying. I believe that's what you're going to see in Florida. Then you start asking, why is this governor in Florida going to do this? Here's what I believe. Brings his party more votes because the restaurant workers get to go to work, all these people get to work, and because there's delay effect before you catch coronavirus and die, it'll be after the election. So it was a well-timed, let's open up Florida again. If they continue the policy, here's what's going to happen. These senior people will come down.
With such a wonderful person as Trump is, and so effective and so bright, and his genius of foreign policies and everything else, and he handles coronavirus the perfect way. Nobody else could do any better. Why would anybody in your country voted for Biden? Why would anyone would vote for Biden?
Let me just come back to something, Bill.
Because maybe they don't believe all the stuff you just said.
I don't agree with numbers. The things that statisticians can do with numbers, these things are just totally off kilt. But let me just say that when it comes to his excess, let's talk about his handling of the crisis. Okay, let's say that you're absolutely correct that he or America has fared the worst out of anybody at all. What I don't understand is what on earth that has to do with his taxes. No. What's the connection there?
You're absolutely correct. Except, but you're doing.
That was a great line. I like it.
I got you, Sasha. But Shakeel, you're missing the salient feature, and that is this. Sasha touched on it, and that is one. He sold himself as a astute businessman, billionaire, managing his properties. You have made the argument that he was managing his taxes so that he was able to maximize the benefit of everything. And then I guess the other point is simply this. If we're talking about his management skills, that is being able to maximize the benefits under the tax code, and that's an indication of his management style. Then when we say, okay, well, how are you managing the United States government? Because essentially it is a company, it's a company, it's a large company. And then when you look at it as one of the objective measures and you say, how is this country responding to a worldwide pandemic? And we are not number one. Do you remember during the campaign, Shakeel, he said that we were gonna win so much that we were just gonna get tired of winning. And yet we're losing. Now,
Counselor, wait a minute. He was winning in the economic front all the way until COVID-19 took place. You can't deny it was the highest stock market ever, the lowest unemployment ever, one of the best economies, if not the best ever.
But the man has no stocks. Yes, stock market was going high.
It's still good.
Mr. Trump has no stocks in his name. So how he could benefit from it? And Trump normally he doesn't have to benefit from it. Trump is interested only in Trump. If Trump cannot benefit from it,
he also took his entire salary and donated it to charity because he didn't want to pay Social Security and Medicare taxes. he realized it's better to have capital gains. He's not a fool. Part of the reason he doesn't pay taxes, salaries and earned income is bad. You want capital gains. Everybody knows that. Trump knows that.
How he can get capital gains? A man owes $429 million.
Come on, you've done this, Sasha.
Owes personally this money. From where is he going to get this money to pay?
Time out, Sasha. You buy good stocks that go up in value, and then you have some stocks that are losers.
It has no stocks.
Okay, I know, but you do this in real estate too. Sasha, do it in real estate too, but you understand stocks. Okay, you sell the losers, you get.
He sold everything. He lost everything. He sold everything from 2014 to 2016. He sold every single stocks that he owned. Full stop. Period.
Okay, but in real estate, you do the same thing. You sell your losers to generate tax losses, and you hold your winners. So that's what happened. It's not rocket science.
Let's go back to your point, right? Because you said something, and I was trying to respond to you. You said something there, okay? To me, right, and again, this is why I know so many people go, oh, you must really love Trump. You must be a really hardline right-wing person. And I'm sort of sitting around going, really? Do I seem like a right-wing person?
Yes, Shakeel, confess. Confess that you love Trump. Go ahead.
But all I know, because I'm asking everyone to be fair to both sides. But let me just say this, right? Only a right winger would ask for fairness, obviously. Let me just ask this: when people make fun of Biden for stuttering or for jumbling a line or something like that when he's doing an interview or reading a teleprompter, I don't pay any attention to that, because if I want to know more about what the guy's policies are, what his vision is for the United States, that sort of stuff. It's the same thing here. What's the big deal about Donald Trump's tax returns from 10 years ago? Or from before he was a president? Who cares?
Not 10 years ago. Hold on. In 2016 and 2017, he paid $750, not $1,000. Dollars. 750. Come on, we're talking about billionaire president of a country paying $750. Come on, you can do better than that.
I don't care that he paid nothing. Maybe he had a tax loss as was discussed before or whatever. I don't know. But who cares? What's he supposed to do? Make a donation?
Okay, so the man who pay no taxes, a liar and cheat and an idiot, is going to rule for 4 more years. Congratulations. You made my day. You know, in Canada, even people who pay Trudeau, they're saying that Trudeau is a giant. It is the same compared to Trump.
The political leader of any country at all and call them a liar and an idiot and a cheat. You could say that about any prime minister or any president of any country anywhere in the world, and the opposition leader as well, for just about any country in the world. Okay, I mean, this is not new. Like, please put your hands up if you think politicians.
We heard this on we heard this on America Politics last night, which I thought it was a very profound statement made by the Senator Antonio.
Antoine Thompson.
Antoine. Okay. And what I heard him say is that not one president has fulfilled their full duties, and that they all have either made mistakes or compromises in order to achieve whatever goals and missions they are. Because, quite frankly, people don't go into the presidency anymore just for the people. There are always some agendas that have to be handled. And I'd like to think and believe that every president that went there went to help, based on what their vision was, help all of the people. But that's not always true. So to answer your question, though, about the taxes, I want people to get a firm grip on this. And we are going to have a class on this next week, or one of these days soon, Mr. Nick Palaveda, because this is my biggest concern is people say he did not pay taxes. And when you have a huge loss, okay, and you want to use that loss, in order to write that loss off, you have to pay your taxes. You have to show you had an earned income, and these are your taxes. And what you're going to do is you're going to reduce that earned income in order to alleviate how much taxes you pay. And generally, you'll get a refund. Now, he might have a secret way of doing it where, and it might be in that book somewhere, and I just missed it, where if you have this huge NOL, if you're the top 1%, then you don't have to pay your taxes. You can just call upon it ahead of time. I have not ever read that. So I want people to look at the fact that, and we do point the fingers at both sides. There are both sides that do not pay, or so they so-called pay. But as a businesswoman, I know that generally you pay the taxes, you just get it back. But we are going to have a class on this because this is a huge.
No, I understand. And Shakeel, and I just want to say this, that the size of this is stunning, because we're not talking a 1 year, a 3 year, or a 5 year of net operating losses or NOLs over time. We are talking 15 years. The size okay, well, I think that goes directly to an individual's judgment, as Sasha was saying. That the job is essentially managing the world's largest company, which is the United States government. And the size of a NOL going on for 15 years, you have to show, as Kimberly was indicating, you have to have such a substantial, massive loss that carries over for all those years. The size of it is just stunning, Shakeel, and there's no way around it.
Look, sorry, hang on a second. Now, because I don't know the tax law in relation to real estate in the United States as well as I know it here, okay, I might have this slightly wrong. You guys might do it slightly different to the way that we do it, but I think it's predominantly the same, okay? When you pay interest on a loan to purchase a property, that interest is deductible generally against your income, okay? You also get to claim back the depreciation of the value of the building itself, okay, the maintenance of the building, the light bulbs, and all of those sorts of things. They can add up to quite significant figures. The idea is that you are going to minimize your income. You're going to, yes, carry losses over into subsequent years, which I believe you can do, Kimberly, on certain investments, especially on real estate. And the reason why you can do it in real estate, I could be wrong there, but in your country, the reason why those losses would be so significant in some cases is because you're actually just built a new building. The other thing I'll just add to this, when you say, he's managed things really badly, you don't actually know. You don't know what he lost the money on. So before we jump to that conclusion, what if, for example, there's a very well-known thing around the world, tax arbitrage, okay? Because I live here in Australia,
right?
I don't have to pay taxes in most other countries that are tax treaty countries with Australia. I don't have to pay taxes in that country on assets I have in that country. I have to pay taxes in this country. So if this country gives me a higher deduction than what I would be allowed in that country, then good for me. And a classic example of that for Australians is that New Zealand doesn't have a capital gains tax, but also doesn't allow you to claim back the amortization of the property. But Australia does allow you to. So if you're an Australian resident, you get the amortization that would otherwise be disallowed under New Zealand law. Now, again, that's just one example of something that's fairly simple that just exists between Australia and New Zealand. The United States obviously has tax treaties in a number of other countries. So before we start jumping to the conclusion that he is this horrible person and he's a really
no, hang on. Because
I said, and he's a really horrible manager.
No.
He's a really bad money manager. He's really bad at running things. Let's just find out what actually happened. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying
I want to add to that.
Better tell us what he's good at.
Well, I want to add to this. If I go and I show that I had a huge NOL, immediately I was told, oh, you're a bad manager. You shouldn't be in business. Immediately, if I had filed bankruptcy 6 times, I would be told, you shouldn't be in business, Ms. Calhoun. You shouldn't be doing anything. So I'm being told I'm not a good leader. I'm not a good business person because I did these things. Now, we elected a president who everyone knew he did these things. He filed bankruptcy 6 times. He had a huge NOL, but everybody calls it he doesn't pay taxes. But like you said, and you know what, if you look at my 20-page spreadsheets of running a business for a business plan, I've been told, Kim, you over-exaggerate things. I put in there how many pencils we have to buy for the office. I put in there the packs of paper and stacks of ink cartridges we have to buy for an office. And a lot of people don't think about those things, that they chunk down your your money really fast. And a lot of times people don't put that in, and then they do have this huge loss, right? They don't think about, oh gosh, I had to buy new light bulbs and have maintenance crew come in and clean. They don't add all of this into every ounce of their spreadsheet because it's over exaggerating what you spend. But at the end of the day, every penny adds up. And sometimes people like Trump, they got hit hard with that, or they got hit hard with the industry changing, and maybe he had to go do something else. I'm not defending him.
No,
I'm just saying that in business. But what happens is I find it odd that if I had done that, oh, you're stupid, you're dumb, and then Trump does it, and everybody goes, oh, forgive him. The Republicans, oh, he's okay. He knows how to do business. And this is what I said when he ran for presidency last time, because I try to look good in everything. And bias. And this is what I said. If he wins, because our country is in so much trouble, he knows how to file bankruptcy. He'll figure this out. Or he hates to lose so bad that he'll spend his own money, figuring it out. But the thing is that's his attribute. But he would judge me bad. He would say, oh, she's a horrible business person, just like he did on his TV show. She lost money. Well, he lost money. He put people down. You're
comparing apples with oranges.
No, I say he put people down.
I'll be quiet for a second. I'll respond later. Bill?
But he put people
I didn't know taxes were such an exciting subject. I thought, gosh, we do a show on taxes. No one's going to watch that because it's boring.
It's not taxes. It's not paying taxes.
Oh, I see. Not paying taxes is exciting. No, not paying taxes is where you
as somebody who professionally manages money on behalf of other people all over the world, I spend substantial amounts of my time dealing with tax lawyers and tax specialists and accountants to deal with the issues of international taxation across different countries. And it's a nightmare because of how complex the system is, not just within the United States. It's complicated everywhere. Okay. I'm personally a proponent, as I've said many times on previous episodes of this show, I'm not asking for me or for other people at the very top to pay zero tax. And generally speaking, neither are they. But having a tax rate which is just almost punitive and is extremely progressive on income doesn't work because the wealthiest people don't earn their money as income. Okay, we need to have a wider tax base, a broader tax base, and a more simplified system. The simplified system means there's not as many loopholes. There's less people like Nick getting paid.
That's the reason that's a bad idea. But go on.
I'll private message you why I've said that to you in a second.
Okay.
So less people like Nick around, less complexity, a simple system, a freer system. That would be a lot better, and you would have less of an issue, because I can tell you that hanging around with people that are worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars, one of the things that they really don't like is they really don't like the view from mainstream people that they are somehow dodging taxes or cheating. They don't want to be looked at like that. They want to be looked as though they're successful and they've contributed. And to get to that point, we just need to have the tax system more simple, not more complicated.
Like David says we need to simplify the tax system. It irritates me. See, this is what irritates me about our tax system, is that I can go to the IRS and say, okay, can I do these things? And they go, we can't give you advice. You need to go talk to a CPA. So then I can go to a CPA and I go, can I do these things? And they're gonna redo my taxes and they're gonna tell me everything, and it could be wrong. Okay, then the IRS can come in and audit me and go, well, you did this wrong. And I go, well, he did it. I didn't do it. And they're going to tell me, well, that's third party. You're still responsible. You have to fix it. Because what if he's not my CPA next year, right? Because they do taxes. They can go back so many X amount of years, and that might have not have been my CPA at the time. So now I got to go back and go, now I'm liable for a mistake he made. Why are not the laws so that I can call the IRS and go, is this allowable or not?
Okay, let me tell you the reason why. Some of the laws that are written are what they call subjective. They're not objective. For example, you have to use the reasonable man test, or what a reasonable salary would be. Well, reasonable is not something that is objective. It's something that's subjective. So it's not like we have all of our tests that are out there when you're working in the area of taxes, where you can quantify them. So you can have one person say, well, this is a reasonable amount of salary, and another CPA can go, this is a unreasonable amount of salary. So there's that. In terms of simplification, yeah, you want a simpler tax code? Well, give me a simpler life to live. Because remember, the taxes affect every part of your life. Okay, Shakeel, if you want to live in a simple life.
There's a book for life, right? Depending on what your denomination is. There's a book for life called the Bible. What is it? 1,200 pages. There's a book called the Quran. I think that's like 800 pages or something. I'm not sure how big the Torah is, but those three books combined aren't 70,000 pages.
Because the thing is, we have a very large and complex economic system, which requires a large and complex economic tax code. Wait. If you want a simple life, go work at McDonald's. Hey, Shakeel, go work at McDonald's. Go earn your paycheck. Go pay your W-2 taxes, and your life is simple. Then you have a simple tax system for you. But if you're going to out and play with the big boys, and you're going to have lots of money like your clients and my clients, then you're going to have a lot of financial and tax issues, and you're just going to have to deal with it. It's going to be complex. You're not going to have a McDonald's system on a person who's worth $100 million. It ain't going to happen.
10 years.
I deal with it personally. That's how I manage to pay very little tax as well. Okay?
Yeah, move to Liechtenstein.
The thing, no, I've got a residence permit for Switzerland, but the thing is, no, but I still have to pay tax in Switzerland. If I didn't want to pay tax,
not as much. They don't have a complex system.
If I didn't want to pay tax, I would go and live in Monaco. I'd go and live in the United Kingdom.
There you go.
Or an island. But look, and many other places around the world. But that's not the point. The point is that even while I'm here in Australia, I can minimize my taxes down to very, very low levels. And the thing is that I don't pay the tax that I think I should be paying. That's why I donate so much to charities, for that exact reason, because I'm trying to make up for what I think would be reasonable. But that's the thing. You've created this tax code where you either pay way more than you're supposed to. If you're at the top and you're a high income earner, you either have to pay way more than what was intended, because everyone talks about the effective rate. But that's the effective rate as an average for everybody. It's not the effective rate that some people would find themselves paying if they didn't use the loopholes. So that you have to either choose to pay more than what was intended or to pay less than what was intended.
They're not loopholes. What they are they're provisions in the Internal Revenue Code, which everybody has the opportunity, if they're in that situation, to take advantage of, such as opportunity zones. If you want to lower your taxes, you can invest in opportunity zones. But if you don't have to do that. That's entirely up to you. There's no such thing as a, quote, loophole. That's made up by the hoi polloi. The contingente knows that this is a place you get a tax advantage the way you invest or the way you structure your own individual affairs. And we could do a whole show on it next week. I'll invite all our tax SMEs out there to do a show. I just didn't think taxes are that exciting because, frankly, I work in the area and it's frankly pretty boring because you end up doing the same thing over and over again.
Nick, this is the banner day for you. I mean, you just must be.
Well, hey, Bill, it's absolutely boring. And he did not take advantage of certain strategies, I believe, that were what they call abusive tax avoidance transactions. And everybody knows about AT-ATs. Those are what they call listed transactions, such as the boss, the son of boss strategies. I didn't see any boss or son of boss opus and blips. Did you see any opus and blip strategies? Do you guys even know what an opus and a blip strategy is? Probably not. Most people never run into boss, son of boss, opus and blitz, or what we call in our world high-end tax shelters, which by the way are all listed transactions, and they all got slaughtered that got involved in it. It's basically doing what they call basis bumps. There's a whole world in that area that I didn't see him going into. He was basically doing things I think were pretty simple. I got losses here, gains here, and you can do it in stocks. Wash all your losses out before the end of the year and take those losses, then repurchase the stock next year. And
he sold them, but he did not repurchase them. I have a good news for you. I know that. He just got out. He did not repurchase any stock. By 2016, he was out of stocks. And you know what? There is a theory that he went for the presidency only with one goal, to save himself financially. He was going down. And to save himself financially, he decided to go for presidency. He would lose. He didn't have a clue that he would win. But he would be on television. He would give an interview. He would go around here and there. And maybe he would get another shot at television show or maybe something else. Yes, the only range of him making money was his television show. That's it.
Really, this was his. He's sitting there one day going, "How am I going to dig myself out of this hole? I know. I'll become the president."
Yes, that's right. He was broke. By the time he declared his 6 or whatever, or 25 bankruptcies, in 2000, he was broke man. No bank would touch him. So he had to go to Russian oligarchs and Putin and beg them for money, and they supplied him with money through Deutsche Bank. And a few years later, Deutsche Bank paid his $34 billion to settle all the charges of money laundering and everything else. That's what kind of president you'll have for 4 more years. Congratulations, guys.
And your prime minister,
you're telling me Sasha has good relationship with the Russians. What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong.
Panel. No,
I don't think that 4 years for Trump would be enough. I think he has to go for 4 more years, and then for 8 more years. I heard and Putin will rule until one is 127 and one is 119.
I heard he's not going to leave no matter what the election, so why are we even bothering with this election?
Okay, well, before we go there, I do have another question just for the panel, just to see how you guys are processing this for our audience. Also in the New York Times report, well, one, they said that there were going to be more stories to follow as they just dole this stuff out, which is just going to be interesting. However, one interesting point they made in the article was that Trump is facing essentially a balloon payment of $300 million.
More, 427.
I'm sorry, what is that, 420?
The total amount, $427 million due, not in 4 years, in the middle of the 4 years. So something comes in 2 years, something in 3 years, something in 4 years. Where the hell is he going to get this money?
Guys, that happens all the time with my clients. We always get these.
Your clients are smart people.
Okay, and let me tell you what we do. What we do is we refinance, and what he'll be able to do today with low interest rates, he'll refinance at a lower rate. He probably has some outrageous.
You can do it with the banks. You cannot do it with Russian gangsters. It's a different story.
You mean his
notes are pay. Just pay. And how he's going to pay that?
Well, the thing is, you're not talking about a lot of money, Sasha. You're talking about what, 400 million? I'm sorry, that
for
is
Trump.
Not, that is not a lot of money.
It's an astronomical amount.
I am going to tell you why.
Astronomical amount. He will never have this money in the next 75 years. What are you talking
in Yiddish, it's butkus, my friend. 400 million.
I'm sorry, we have that as our tagline for next week's show, for future Economics Monday shows. You can do it to the banks, but you can't do it to the Russian gangsters.
Don't walk away from the debts from the Russians and drop it in the bank courts. They won't like that. But the thing is,
by the way, Nick, that will be next question. To whom exactly owes $427 million? To whom he owes this money?
You are not talking a lot of money. You're talking $400 to $500 million.
Okay, it's not a lot of money. I agree with you. You're right. You're 100% right. To whom he owes this not a lot of money?
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not. May owe it to the Russians, but let me tell you what happened with your friend Bill Clinton. When he got out of office, he was completely broke, busted, and really millions in debt from legal fees because I think
he didn't owe debts to Russian gangsters. That's
okay. I know that. But let me tell you what he did. He made hundreds of millions of dollars.
We don't need to know what happened in the Oval Office. This is an economic show.
Okay, we won't talk about the oral. We will not talk about the oral office. Okay, but let me tell you what he did.
Oh my God!
Hey, listen, he made hundreds of millions of dollars after he left the presidency with book deals, signing deals, speaking engagements, sitting on.
According to you, it's not a lot of money.
Back years ago, hundreds of millions of dollars. This guy Trump, when he leaves, if he leaves, because he said he's not going to leave. Okay, he's not going to leave. He's going to stay there. Forget the election. It's a waste of time. But he's going to make hundreds of millions of dollars playing off the fact he was the president of the United States. Let's get real. Okay, this is a big win for him. No matter
only
what
if
happens.
he will stay alive and he will have his freedom.
And he'll be able to.
Are very doubtful.
Pay his debt. He'll refinance and pay the debt with cash that comes in. I mean, so I don't see this guy being in a.
He's not going to do all the deals while he's the president. After he leaves, he may do some deals.
He's going to do a lot of deals, but the thing is, they're all going to benefit him after he's gone, after he leaves the presidency. He's going to be fine financially. So if people think that he's in trouble, he isn't. You know, it's just not going to.
But Nick, I don't think it's Shakeel, if I might. I've been quiet here, but you know, if just give me a few minutes, Nick. The question isn't whether or not he's going to be fine financially. The question is, what are the underpinnings, his interests, while he's president of the United States? And Sasha's right. If he owes $427 million, he owes it to who? And what will he do when he's making decisions as president of the United States to either alleviate that debt that he's got coming up? Will it compromise his decision? Will it affect foreign policy? Will it affect our domestic economy? The question is who and what will happen? And that is a legitimate question to ask. In short, would his judgment and decision President of the United States be compromised because he owes this money? And
realize that most of his assets, Bill, as you well know, are in a blind trust being managed by other people. So the thing is, so it will not compromise his abilities. As a matter of fact, a lot of wealthy people have their assets in trust managed by trustees.
You're talking about wealthy people. You're not talking about Trump. Trump has no blind trust, nor any other trust. He has no trust whatsoever. So how does it apply to Trump?
Well, Mr. Trump has plenty of assets. It's all documented in Forbes magazine.
I don't believe even a penny.
Okay. Plenty of assets, plenty of liabilities. He's any other billionaire I have to deal with. I mean,
he controls assets, but it's not his.
Okay, well, Nick, do you think that there may be just a slight possibility that his judgment could be compromised because of his complicated financial affairs?
But the thing is, you could say that the judgment's compromised by any of the presidents based on their financial affairs. You could say that about Biden. I mean, the thing is, the guy isn't super wealthy. Maybe his judgment's being compromised because he doesn't have access to assets. He doesn't understand what it takes to have a lot of assets and liabilities. So his judgment's compromised also. You can say that about anybody that hits in the Oval Office or the Oral Office. You get what you get. You guys voted for him. We voted for him. He's our president until he's no longer our president. And that's the way it is. You just got to deal with it. And by the way, enjoy your new Supreme Court justice, guys. Excuse me.
Can I just no, well, the left will go after her as well because she's a Catholic and how dare she believe in God and how dare she
we're going to beat up the Supreme Court justice now.
the cancel culture and this sort of attack on anybody and everybody for things that they say is just absurd, and it stifles the ability for people to talk about contentious issues and actually get to a resolution. But in any case, can I just say to you, all these things that you're talking about about the judgment of Donald Trump, nothing new has actually happened here, has it? We're still talking about stuff that happened 10 years ago. So this stuff was still in play. You may not have been aware of it, but it was still in play before the 2016 election. Nothing but since 2016 has changed, has it?
No, actually, no, Shakeel. That's where you're mistaken, because he has never released his taxes. So it's one of these things. 4 years ago, the American public said, "Okay, well,
I'm aware of that.
He said that, and he did not release his taxes at all. So that all these questions that are being raised right now are brand new questions, because we've never seen the tax returns before. But they are legitimate questions for people to ask. Now, I'm not here attacking the president. I'm simply saying that these are the questions that are legitimately raised by people who have a right to vote, and maybe it'll affect their decision in terms of who they choose to vote for president. But the point is that we have the right and we have the opportunity to ask these questions, and we've not had this opportunity because we never released his tax returns. That's why.
That's because there is no law that requires him to release his returns.
Couple of things to say there. What you're saying is that the questions that you would have liked to have asked, or that people would have liked to have asked prior to the 2016 election, didn't get answered because he refused to reveal his tax returns.
That's right.
If you're now going to ask the question, well, is that going to affect his judgment as president? Well, did it? Did he do anything that was detrimental to the US economy, judged only by the stock market?
Absolutely. Of course he did.
Shakeel,
He did.
No, that's exactly the
stock market.
Well, that's why we call it 2020 vision, because now what we can do is we can go back, if we do a specific read of his taxes, and to see where the interests were, and then we can look back to see what decisions he was making. Like when Sasha pointed out that he sold all of his stocks. Now that's got to raise a red flag, Sasha, doesn't it?
First of all, it's very unpatriotic action to sell American stocks. And when it's done by a person who is becoming a president of the United States, it's horrible unless he was under so much financial pressures that he had no choice as to sell.
Okay, but wait a minute.
But he is poor. He is financially poor. He has nothing. So he sold stocks. That's all last things that he had still in his name. What can I do?
These aren't facts, right? These are assumptions, and these are just opinions. Okay, who knows why he might have been doing something? Maybe he sold.
Actually, I don't care. I have my own vision about what it's Trump about, and the way he acted in Toronto with the Trump Plaza and towers and condominiums and all that stuff. I understand what this man is all about. It's a crook, it's a con man, and it's a liar, and by the way, an idiot as well.
Okay, we've got that. I know. Okay, we've got that. I get it. Okay, I get it. And so does the rest of the world outside of North America. We get it. Okay? And frankly, I don't understand why Americans and Canadians cannot see how annoying and frustrating it is for foreign people to ask just genuine, normal, moderate, centrist questions, and every answer come back to, because Donald Trump's an idiot, we don't like Donald Trump, he's a horrible person. Okay? And you conflate, no, let me finish. You conflate things. He sold his shares. That could have been for any number of reasons. It could have been, for example, the same reason why a lot of people in finance sold their shares during those 2 years, because everybody thought Hillary Clinton would win. He might increase taxes, and that might cause the market to drop for a bit. Who knows? Nobody knows what's happening. Maybe he thought because it's going into a blind trust, he'd rather have cash in there rather than having his portfolio allocated by advisors that he can't talk to for 4 years.
But I don't care about all that. Shakeel, everything what you're saying in 75 cents, you buy your cup of coffee, really. You're trying to say, maybe it's this way, but maybe that way. It could be this way and that way as well. I don't care, and I don't give a damn. But I'll tell you one thing, Canadians, unlike Australians, they do care about U.S. elections. And you know why? Because there's a so-called economic agreement between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. It was renegotiated during the Trump time. It was renegotiated. Everybody signed. Okay, now we know what to do. Now we know how it all works. Everything is great. Guess what? 2 months ago, he announced 10% tariffs on aluminum from Canada. How come you negotiated deal? How can you go in between the deal that was renegotiated and just do that? So guess what? Canada devised their own action against US. And 10 minutes before Canada would announce these actions, Trump says, no. Sorry, mistake. No 10% hike on aluminum taxes.
Okay.
This is person that we have to all deal with, and Australia just as well.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we're deviating away from the point. The point was about the taxes that he's paid and his tax.
Okay, he's right. You know, Shakeel, he's right. He didn't pay taxes. He will not pay taxes for next year. That's okay. Okay.
How does that affect his policies and the Republican policies? And how do they compare to the Democrat policies? That's it. That's all I ask. Everyone wants to talk about Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. Who cares? What's his policies? What's the future?
I don't know what's his policies.
Okay.
What are his policies? I have no idea.
Right. But you see, it just seems to me that isn't that what lies at the heart of things? Because you know what I find interesting? That the debate that you two are having, Sasha and Shakeel, is exactly what's going on with the American electorate right now. These two types of schools of thought. And that is why it is so divisive. And just think about this. You're in Australia, Shakeel, and Sasha, you're in Canada. Imagine what the American people are going through during this election cycle. That is why this is so stunning. I mean, this is not just, somebody says, I disagree with, his EPA stance or any of the other policies on the end. It is fundamental to how are we thinking about this person as a candidate to lead our country. And you guys are having the exact same argument that is tearing America apart right now. And I just find that interesting.
Yeah. I have one question, Bill. I have one question.
What I that tears America apart. One person saying, hey, what's the policies between Republicans and Democrats? And the other half of the people saying, we hate Donald Trump.
Okay,
I never said I like Donald Trump. I said, what's his policies and how are his taxes relevant to that? That's
okay.
I would like to ask a question.
Sasha.
I would like to ask you all a question. Perception is reality. So for millions, tens of millions of people in the United States who cannot pay their rent, mortgage, they don't have even $400 cash to put on the table at any given time, learn that the multi-billionaire, a president of the United States, he paid in 2016 and 2017 $750 in taxes. Not 750,000, sorry, 750, period. So people who are working 9 hours a day and who hardly can make things met, they're paying thousands of dollars in taxes. And he is the wealthiest man, one of top people, president of the United States, pays 750, and prior to that, for 15 years, he paid zero. Shove it. Okay, you know what? You deserve. That's your president.
Okay, Kimberly, thank you. You have any thoughts?
Yes, I try to think about a good leader as somebody who could unite us, and look at all the arguing we're doing over what has happened in the last 4 years. We have divided so bad in our country that even other countries are divided on the characteristics of our president. And the characteristics and integrity of a person is what we need to look at when we make and select our leadership, is the integrity. And the way we have divided shows that the lack of integrity and the characteristics of what we have elected for the last 4 years. Now, I'm just saying it based on, I would look at a man or a woman and go, what are their characteristics? Like Shaq said, what are the policies I'm interested in, and do I elect them? But I look at the characteristics. Would I hire them for my own company? Would I hire a person who filed bankruptcy 6 times to run my company? No. Would I hire a person who had huge net operating losses that maybe misused them? I don't know, because I know as a business person, I have huge net operating losses sometimes. So I have to weigh and balance that. But I look at the integrity of a person, right? Do they put other people down for being that way? And then they want you to accept them and agree with them for being that way. That is the characteristics and integrity I think we're arguing about. Because during the time that he ran that TV show, he has put so many people down for being bad business people that he never looked at himself in the mirror. Okay. And I honestly, he's the only person I know that has filed bankruptcy 6 times in a lifetime. I don't know many people who have done that. I'm sure that David Cay Johnston does because he writes on this. Mm-hmm. But honestly, so I look at the characteristics and take a look. The whole world is arguing so bad about him. Why not look at somebody else? Why not look at somebody who could unite us under policies, unite us under business strategies? Because the last 4 years has just been a divided turmoil. It's been sickening. I never really got involved.
It really hasn't been. I'm sorry. It just hasn't been. Not around
and excuse me, they weren't bankruptcies. They were corporate reorganizations. Everybody in law knows that you study corporate mergers and reorganizations. Reorganizations are done by an old, outdated terminology called the bankruptcy courts. They could call it the corporate reorganization. And whether you guys like it or not, Delta Airlines went through reorganization.
Be honest here. I'm going to keep
everybody talks about Donald Trump. He talks about Biden's policies or what he's suggesting is the future for America that's going to be so much better, by the way. Nobody ever talks about that.
How is it going to be so much better?
What is standing for? Oh, you must be a Trump supporter.
Explain, how is America going to get much better? Which way? How?
Oh, I'll tell you how it's going to get better. First of all, here's what's going to happen, whether you like it or not. Around May of next year, they're going to have a vaccine for the coronavirus.
Really?
And we're going to have it, May, June, July. It's going to be widely distributed. Johnson & Johnson's already into phase 3 of the clinical trials. The coronavirus will be behind us, and in front of us will be more growth and development because we are the world's largest economy. We plan to stay that way. We plan to stay that way.
We're currently in the second place and most likely will be in third very soon.
No.
However, it's beside the point.
I agree with Sasha. I think we're going to be running in the third. I think India and Africa are like...
not even close.
Even Germany, Japan, there are a lot of very healthy and strong economies. They're not dead, by the way. U.S. is $30 trillion in debt. And because of Trump and people similar to him who are not paying taxes, the debt will go higher and higher and higher. And eventually it will strangle America. All these companies like Google and NVIDIA and Alphabet and Netflix and Apple and Facebook, they don't pay a penny in taxes. They keep their money abroad. So what makes America so wealthy? Where is the wealth?
It's everywhere, Sasha.
That's I understand. What else?
That's the problem. Okay, California itself economy is bigger than Great Britain.
No longer. Because all these companies keep their shop in Ireland when there is only 10%.
Because they take advantage of the
America has nothing to do with these companies. No money, nothing. No technology.
Not only that,
it's owned by China anyway.
Not only that,
so what do you have?
Okay,
$30 trillion of debt. What exactly do you have?
TikTok is being taken over by Americans. Okay, did you see what happened? And who's leading the charge? Trump's leading the charge to get TikTok taken over by Americans, whether you like it or not. Okay, so the thing is, you can be anti-Trump all you want, but I'm just telling you, he's taken over TikTok, baby. Now
in China, so I think he cut them off on purpose so he could take them over because TikTok was leading in the social media world. They were literally taking over the social media world.
Wait a minute. I got a phone call from Donald Trump. He wants to take over IBMTV. Hold on a minute, Don. I got to talk to you just a minute.
Oh, okay. But here's, I think that again, all of this is more. What we need to do is focus on what's going to happen to us. And yet, to this day, can anyone tell me what happened to the first $2.4 trillion stimulus, which should have stimulated and moved for at least 3 months? $2.4 trillion.
David Cay Johnston, who should be here in a while, we already went over that. It's sitting in cash in corporate bank accounts right now. Okay, I got some of that cash. in my corporate bank account.
And it stays up here.
Of course,
and then
that's
what's
where it
going to
belongs.
happen? The roof
Okay,
is
that's where it belongs, because here's the reason why. Us 1%ers are responsible people with money. The rest of them, all they do is they take it, they'll spend it, they'll go buy cell phones, you know, they'll go out and put it away on bars.
Pay the middle class who support you, who take care of the lower class, and who take care of you. And all you're going to do is you're going to stress out the middle class so bad that there's nothing left, because we have no real work right now. We have no real income or savings.
Your work will start in May and June. In Florida, it starts right now. You can go to work in Florida, and the restaurants, bars, they're all open. Florida is completely open.
If I can just come back to the question.
Middle class.
Nobody wants to ask it. Nobody ever wants to ask it, and nobody ever wants to answer it, because to be a centrist means you're an extreme right winger or something. What are the policies that the Democrats and the Republicans have, so we can compare and contrast them?
We're going to find that out Tuesday night, which is tomorrow night.
All anybody knows is we don't like Donald Trump. We're not Donald Trump. Vote for us. And Donald Trump coming out and says, guess what? I'm Donald Trump. Vote for me. That's it. They're your policy.
Shakeel, tomorrow night, there's a debate. It's all going to be policy. It's all going to be issues. There'll be no mud throwing whatsoever, and there'll be no hit. It's all going to be policy tomorrow night, and it's going to be about projects and policies. No mudslinging, no things about tax returns.
Right.
Watch tomorrow night on Major Channel.
He's gonna walk in and insult Kamala or somebody. You watch, because he always
No. There will be no mudslinging. No, and we know tomorrow night.
He's always going to throw an insult. But
I don't think it's hard to insult anybody who gets a professional gain from being insulted. That's a person who's really easy to insult.
Well, I'm just saying that whenever he always opened with some sort of insult to somebody. But that's the way he is, because he's got to bring people down to his level.
Because making fun of him for his orange hair or his weird hair.
I don't do that.
I don't do that at all.
I don't do that.
Denigrating his prior business losses, his failed marriages, and all these things. All this stuff is thrown at him. That's all cool. That's all okay. But if he says something, that's terrible, and his supporters are all deplorables. I mean, there are tens of millions of Americans out there who voted for him for a reason. There are tens of millions of Americans that are going to vote for him this time round. And I think that if you want to unify your country, the same as what it is, here in Australia, you have to be able to listen to and understand the people that have political views that you don't agree with, so you can find out whether maybe they are viewing things so radically different and you've missed something. And for as long as people divide themselves like that, the middle class gets pulled to nothing. And, the countries around the world in the West are just becoming more and more divided.
I could not agree with you more that we need a leader who can unite us. But listen to what you say. It's okay for him to come out in public and insult somebody. Just because people insult him doesn't mean he should lower himself to their standards. He should come onto the stand and say, this is who I am, this is what I stand for, and this is what I do. Just like the other side should do the same thing, rather than get into a pit.
He wasn't that person when he got elected. Everybody knew that. Wasn't what you elected people all the time. He tries to become some polite person he never was.
Shakeel, your fundamental assumptions are just misplaced, and that is nobody knew about his taxes 4 years ago. They knew that he wouldn't release them. They knew that he said that he was under audit. They knew that there was no law requiring him to release them, but nobody knew what his taxes had in play, and so we couldn't have any of these questions. So when you say, well, everybody knew about it and they elected him anyway, well, no, people did not know about it, and they're just finding out about it now, and that is what makes it so stunning. Sasha,
I actually that wasn't quite what I said.
The issue of his tax releases came in about the first election in 2016, in debates with Hillary and so on. That's the only reason why he ended up paying $750 in 16th and 17th. If it wouldn't be for that, he wouldn't pay even that. He would pay zero. But because the issue was already sort of in the open, so he did, okay, here's $750, enjoy. Okay, here's another $750. Okay, that's fine. Enjoy, spend on something, buy cigarettes maybe. Okay, now here's a fundamental issue. in my opinion, the only way Biden could prevail on the debates is to tell him immediately, to us in first second, once Biden opens his mouth, to say, you are crook, cheat, idiot. Only this way he will be perceived as a strong person who can take Trump apart and to win psychological warfare. If Joe will be nice and say his policies and so on, he's a loser 100%. He's losing anyway. I mean, he has nothing to lose. He's losing election badly.
I want to place
to say things the way they are. Period.
Place a bet on the campaign bit here, but one thing I noticed during the campaign preliminary campaigns before Biden got elected was when he was asked, him and Banerjee were asked a question, they both mathematically would add up a solution. You could see them think and come up with a they would come up with stats. They knew their stats, they knew their math. They knew the facts that they were going to say, and they could almost start giving an answer, but that they always are reserved because you don't want to give away your complete IP. Watch the campaign tomorrow. Let's do this. Let's watch it, and we'll come back with an evaluation of who just said, I have an answer and I'm going to fix it, as opposed to who's going to come back and say the statistics are 12 million women are victims each year with 10,000 fatalities. And we know that within first 48 hours that when an offender is released, who's going to have that kind of data for their solutions and their answers versus I can fix that. And oh, by the way, you look horrible today. Did you forget your barber? Or who's going to have the real facts to answering and fixing a problem? And that's the person that's going to be able to fix this country. But I'm just going to say, watch it, because I have been observing and watching each person's answers to how they respond to these questions. And I will have to say, the one thing I was impressed with Biden was he had stats and facts. So did Banerjee. The rest of them were kind of, well, I've worked on that issue for years and I have experience, but there was no answers. So just watch tomorrow. Do me a favor, watch them tomorrow. And if you want to come back Wednesday and we talk about it, let's do that, because I think that this is very important to see how a person responds to an answer. And
I think you're absolutely right.
Sorry, I got on my soapbox, but I get irritated at these campaigns when people go, I got the answer. Well, spill it.
I think the debates this year round as well are going to be much more influential over the election than perhaps prior debates have been, because there are so many people stuck at home still. Right. And just in America, but also around the world. So, for example, here in Australia, if you live in Sydney, New South Wales, if you live over here, our state premier, the election isn't until 2023. And if you live in Australia, the election isn't until 2023 federally. I'm not sure about all the other states, but we don't have our elections coming up for quite a while. And the UK, they've only just sort of had that election with Johnson. It's not that long ago. So, there's a lot of other countries don't really have an election coming up right now. So we're all going to be watching America and go, what's happening? Check out the debates.
Well, and I think that, again, just watch real hard on how each person answers. There's the vagueness, tap dancing, and then there's the people who really understand the problem. And I think that that's going to differentiate if people watch for that. But what people look for in the last election was, rudeness. We're going to bully people around, because I think the country felt like they needed a bully to be a leader. And I think we need to get back to integrity. We need to start building bridges. We need a leader who can build these bridges, unite not just the people of the United States, because we're going to have to be reunited again, but also unite people in other countries.
That sounds really good, Professor Calhoun. However, Counselor, the reality is people do not buy off of intellectually sterile facts. Listen, if we did, I'll bring Alexa on. Alexa should be the president, okay? Because all she does is spit out facts, or Google. They buy off middle school zingers. So I'm not looking for the facts, because I know that people take the facts and they're just going to ignore them. They won't understand them. What they do understand is the middle school zingers. And we even saw that in the Democratic debate. They call it a debate. It isn't. It's a mudslinging show. I think it was Pocahontas took shots at Michael Bloomberg. Okay. Sure. And it was middle school shots. That's what happened. And Michael Bloomberg was stunned, because he was going, wait a minute, I thought we're going to discuss facts and solutions. No, we're not here to look at facts and solutions. You're deluding yourself to believe that that's what's going to happen tomorrow.
And I've heard middle
school zingers, and the guy who's the king of the middle school zingers is Donald Trump, whether we like it or not. So Biden better bring his
I've heard that Bloomberg is going to help your former state's economy by spending 160 million or something on film. I don't even know. I haven't even read the story. What's that about? Am I missing something?
It's about 100 million that he said he was going to pour into campaigns in Florida. But I mean, that's no different than any other political action committee. So I don't even know why you're singling out Bloomberg on that one.
No, I don't actually know.
That's the only way. It's the only way the Democrats can win election is to win Florida. If they are not winning Florida, at the end of story, Trump will be president for at least next 4 years, probably much longer. So that's why he's spending this money.
I don't know when you say why I singled that out. I didn't single it out. I don't have time to read every single thing that happens with every little crisis that happens politically. So I just saw this thing about Mike Bloomberg, is going to bribe all the felons or something, and I thought, what is going on? And I'll just say, Sasha, you do actually have a provincial election next month in British Columbia. So perhaps they can maybe just try and take a bit more of Point Roberts and just take British Columbia, and that'll sort of swing the vote their way. Could be a few electoral college seats up there.
I want to say also what we completely missed in our discussions today. Trump is not just fighting for re-election. No. He is fighting for his life, because as soon as he's out of the office, he will be hit with dozens of lawsuits, including criminal proceedings, including all kinds of stuff, and he won't even have the money to pay his lawyers. So he's fighting for his life. That's why Biden, who is not fighting for his life, he's very weak. He is vulnerable. Even all the nice things that he will say about this policy and that policy, and this is right, and this is good, and so on, and this is what I'm going to do, it's not going to work. He has to hit Trump right between his eyes. When in Russia, when the bandits want to hit you, he hit you right in both your eyes. And now, then they talk. So Biden must hit him in the first second of debate, just to show who is the boss. If Biden can do that, he just may win election.
And that's how according to Fox, he's barely been able to get out of his basement, let alone hit someone.
Oh my, okay.
He must hit him right in the first second. He has to win election, and that's the only way to do it.
I'm a bipartisan hater.
That's how it's decided.
I got an idea. David said this better than anyone. If you want to get Trump, have people lose faith in Trump, just start laughing at everything he says. Next thing, when other people start laughing, it's just like when you smile, people smile back.
Right.
Start laughing. It kind of makes people, why are they laughing? And some people might chuckle with you, and then they might punch you out, like some of my friends will do. But seriously, just laugh at what he says and see what the response is.
But when he talks about, this is the problem that he's got, right? And all presidents have a built-in advantage, generally speaking, because they can talk about what they've achieved. Donald Trump's achieved a lot. I know that he doesn't get a lot of credit for it, but he has actually achieved a lot of things, as do Democrat presidents when they're in power. And there's not a lot of talk about the things that he actually achieved while he's there. And I think that that's what he's going to probably come back with in the debates, is to talk about actual achievements. Now, he's going to know that they're going to be fact checked. So, Biden's going to have to overcome that, and he's going to have to come up with more things than just identity politics issues and social issues.
No,
he
needs what Sasha says.
And how he's going to do things better.
He needs the middle school zingers right between the eyes, because
Right.
that's what people are going to remember. They're not going to remember about healthcare policy, boring, international policy, boring, building roads and boring. People don't really care about that stuff. What they're looking for is that middle school punch out. They're looking for who's the middle school bully.
Perception is strong. So Joe Biden needs to show himself being strong. Right now, he does not look strong. People in America want strong leader. Joe Biden have to assert himself as a strong person. So hit him hard in the first second.
And all day long. That's what he's got to do. And that's what Bloomberg did not do. Bloomberg did not do that in the debates. He failed at debates. He was totally not coached well in the debates. Bloomberg was a complete failure in the debates.
He was too nice.
Okay. Hopefully Biden has good coaches and let them know and have the zingers prepared, because that's what people are going to remember. They're not going to remember, well, my healthcare policy saved $50 million or $500 billion. They don't care about that stuff. They're going to look for the middle school zingers. And that's how people are going to
people who coach Biden, they have to explain to him that to win debates against Trump, he has to leave his comfort zone. Okay, so he's not going to win election. So he'll go back, I don't know, he'll retire or he'll teach or he'll do something else. Leave his comfort zone. If you lose, you go to jail, just same as Trump will. Okay, so now when there is no way back, you know why Russians won a Second World War in a Stalingrad battle? There was no way back. They were at Stalingrad, and behind Stalingrad was the river Volga River. So they couldn't go back, and they had to fight for every little stone, for every little house and the basement or whatever. And they won because it was already winter and Germans couldn't continue the battle. So they won not because they were very strong and they had powerful commanders and generals and so on. No, they won because there was no way back.
There's no way back.
Only that's the reason. So if Joe Biden can somehow to psych himself that there's no way back, that's a life, that's a fight of my life. I have to win that and use everything legal and illegal to win. Because what counts is win, not how you win or how you lose. It's a win. So he must strive for a win. That's the only way we can.
Well, hopefully he is prepared with his zingers, because people will remember it. The zingers, they will not remember all the policy issues. Forget it.
Nobody cares.
Take that, throw that out the door.
They need to put me on stage.
That's right. That's right, Kimberly.
Your Honor, he did it. It is his fault. And let's talk about that. And let me list it. A, B, C.
Well, he should even use the term middle school mentality. I mean, you got to throw the zingers out. He's got to have the zingers prepared.
Can I just go back to those debates? Bloomberg was absolutely slaughtered in the debate by Elizabeth Warren, and actually on issues that he should have really been prepared for.
Absolutely.
Like it wasn't like it was a gotcha that he shouldn't have had, that he should have known. Like he should have had some sort of response for. But Biden got hammered pretty badly by Senator Harris in those debates as well. And he didn't really come back that strongly. So I would just say that he's going to need to improve.
Yeah, you need to have good debate coaches. If you ever did professional debates, you have debate coaches and you work with debate coaches, and there are a lot of good ones out there. When I saw Bloomberg,
he's going to need to come back with something, because what Donald Trump has done, Donald Trump does come back with a lot of points, but also he can be quite blunt and rude is how some of you guys will describe how he carries on, but it can be quite disarming for somebody who's a lifelong politician.
Oh, okay.
The other thing that I'll say there is
Vegas wants to know what's the over and under of Donald Trump shaking hands with Joe Biden.
The other thing that I'll say there, just in relation to something that I found quite amusing with Fox recently and Sky News in Australia, who both are quite right-wing in the media, is they've spent the last, several months, 6 months, talking about how terrible Biden is at actually speaking and winning a debate or actually articulating anything. And now the elections are looming closer, and they're saying that Biden has an advantage because he's been debating for all these years. So, you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other. So I think it's a very interesting thing. I don't think Biden will flop, but I don't think he's going to come out and be absolutely perfect his first time round either.
Yeah, but also Trump has a big advantage. He was on television for years before, so he understands how to actually work the television cameras. So he's not a novice when it comes to working television and media.
Right, and that's the thing. He's a built-in performer or entertainer.
He totally manipulated CNN. If CNN gave him no coverage off the incredibly stupid statements he was making, he would have never paid money out of his own pockets for ads. No one would have heard about him, and he would disappear. But CNN, in their infinite liberal wisdom, decide we're going to show how stupid he is, and they showed him on TV all the time. Well, that gave him tremendous amount of publicity for free. He knew that. He played CNN like a bloody drum, and they basically elected him.
I think a lot of people, including
the liberals, elected Donald Trump. Now, listen to this, guys. The liberals elected Donald Trump because he played CNN like a fiddle to get on TV all the time, and they put him on TV all the time. Otherwise, we'd never heard him. He'd be like the Green Party. Does anybody even know people running for the Green Party? Forget
Bill doesn't agree with you. So, Bill, who elected him then? The hard left?
No. Okay, well, no, I get where Nick's coming from. But that I think is what is the source of so much frustration with our the American body politic, because you just it's so frustrating because you can't focus in, say, Shakeel, like you said, what are the policies? Well, we don't know. And Sasha, like you said, a deal is a deal until it's not a deal. And then, Kimberly, as you said, where's the integrity? And the fact that other nations are so invested in this fight, imagine what the average American voter is going through right now. And quite frankly, it's a pressure cooker. So for the next 30 some odd days, all of this is just going to build and build and build. And what are we left with if we have nothing that we can actually figure out? And Nick, unfortunately, you are correct that tomorrow's debate is really not going to be a debate. It's going to be about who has the most memorable line. And the funny thing is, I suspect that in the debate coaching right now, they're spending more time coming up with that than they are with any kind of comprehensive COVID package.
I strongly disagree with you that that's how those debates will go. Sorry, please finish, but I'll respond to that.
Okay, well, here I can tell you, because in 2004, I was on the national advance team for the Kerry Edwards campaign, and for the vice presidential debate, the campaign sent us all to the Chautauqua Institution in New York. And we spent a week there, but you go over policy, and what they do is they talk about it and they figure out what their plans are. But they were also preparing the zinger lines and making sure that the candidate had them all set and ready to go. And so that's exactly how the campaign's debate prep process works. But Nick, you're right. There are a lot of lawyers getting paid a lot of money to come up with that one line.
Yeah, of course, because that makes a difference. Come on, let's imagine this. Whoever's doing the debates, I don't know if it's on CBS, ABC, or NBC, they go, Trump and Biden, can you please explain to us how you're going to solve the coronavirus? You have 30 seconds. They do that stuff. That's ridiculous. There's no way you're going to be able to explain that in 30 seconds. The media does that all the time. And what are they going to pick up? It'll be the zinger lines. The zinger lines will be played over and over again. And Sasha knows this through chess. Chess, you prepare for certain lines, don't you, before you play an opponent? You have what they call prepared lines. And so when you go in to play in a tournament, you actually have these prepared lines in chess.
And you do that in investments.
You have prepared lines, okay? And Bloomberg came with 0 prepared lines, and the person who's going to win the debate tomorrow will be the ones that have the prepared lines. Forget all that interesting policy stuff that Kim discussed. That is a waste of time. People won't remember it. You're not going to give them a PhD dissertation on COVID-19 in 30 seconds. It's not going to happen. Or a PhD dissertation in how you're going to be able to improve the economy in 30 seconds. No, but that's what they're going to ask.
But I think that and this is why I disagree with what Bill said there. I think that when it comes to having lines, I mean, Biden's no idiot. He's been in politics for longer than I've been alive. I think longer than my mother's been alive. you know, I think that some of the issue is going to be that Biden's policies and the way the Democrats have gone at the moment is they're talking a lot about being socially inclusive to groups that have been disadvantaged or have been left out of the economy. That may have been reasonable 6 months ago or a year ago, but because of COVID, everybody's feeling the pain. And so if you're going to exclude, for example, a whole heap of white people who are often working class as well, and you're going to say we're going to favor different groups other than you, that may not actually resonate with some people. I think it's going to go down the same lines as what it has now, that some people go, yes, absolutely, we should do these social things, and other people just say that's not relevant. Whereas Donald Trump can turn around and he can actually say, I think that the economy should be good for everybody. And he can turn around and say, look, you know, black unemployment's the lowest rate in history. Hispanic unemployment and Asian American unemployment is the lowest in history. Female unemployment is the lowest in history. Now, he can go and talk about what he's already achieved and then talk about how that's going to continue under him. So Donald Trump's got some good lines that he can throw out there very, very quickly. And Biden has to overcome those.
Okay, well, look, Trump is not going to talk about any of those things unless it fits into a line like Nick says. I mean,
but he can say them very, very quickly. He can say it in a line.
Read my lips, no more taxes.
He could say something like, just for an example, and this is not my words, I'm just saying things that have been said, right? So he could say stuff that some people on right-wing Australian media will say. You've got Biden who says, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And Donald Trump can say, well, you got Biden saying that, and you got me who produced the lowest level of unemployment amongst black people, you know, in American history. That's a very quick, hard-hitting line. Biden's going to need some of those to come back.
But let's see, that won't win the election, Shakeel. What you should do is right after say, if you're black, I got your back, or something like that. You need a middle school. That's what people buy. They don't buy, unemployment was 3%, now 2%. They buy the middle school line. That's how Trump wins. And if Biden doesn't have his lines prepared, he will lose. And I have to go buy you that crazy beer, which I don't want to buy you. I want you to buy me the Coke. Okay. But he better have good coaches.
I'll buy you a whole case of Coke if you buy me a whole case of wine.
Now we're moving up the end. We're going to a case now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who his coaches are, but I'll tell you, that makes all the difference. It's the lines. And you know what will happen with the lines? They're repeated over and over and over again by media. They will not repeat, well, unemployment was 3%, now it's 2%. COVID-19 was this, now it's down that. They're not going to do that.
What I was getting, he might drop the fact in there that unemployment is the lowest rate in history with that particular group, and then drop that line that you just said, if you're black, I've got your back. You know,
he's got to, you got to have zingers everywhere, and they have to be prepared lines. Sasha, you know that just like in chess, prepared lines.
I want to tell you something. Don't underestimate the coaches and their impact. I want to tell you something. You just mentioned about Kamala Harris, how she's done Bloomberg during the debates. I want to remind you about Kamala Harris, what she did with Attorney General William Barr. She made him look as a fourth-grade idiot. He couldn't answer a single question what she was bombarded him. It was quite a show. Was she coached? I don't think so. I think it's her nature, it's her upbringing, it's her development as a person, of course, the studies, what she had, that made her extraordinary person. She's one who is worse both candidates and presidents, and Mike Pence, for whatever his worth. She's one worth more than three of these people put together, and she doesn't need any coaching. So don't underestimate that. I'm afraid that Joe Biden is not going to do much in this debate. Either he's going to punch him in the first second to show Trump's base that your leader.
Oh yeah.
Also,
but you're so right, Sasha. The opening punch, they call it regency primacy, are the most important things. The first thing you say and the last thing you say will be all that they'll remember. What happens throughout the debate, you'll have to have the good zingers, but he better be prepared to do exactly what you say. Bring a zinger in on the opening statement. If he doesn't, he could just fall. He could fall behind real quickly.
I think as well that, like I said before, a lot more people I think are going to be watching this.
Yeah, they will because
actually,
they're home. Right.
So I think there's a lot more people are going to watch it, also around the world that are going to watch it. And look, the tragic death of George Floyd is something that caused riots and protests, not just in America, but actually all over the world. Okay. So, and in places where it didn't really make sense, like in places where all the people were the same color, like some parts of Africa. So who are you protesting against exactly? So, I think that there is in some parts of Africa, say all of Africa. But yeah, I think that that's going to be a big thing as well, because there are a lot of people who do feel quite frightened, I think, and quite scared of, okay, well, what's the resolution to this? Because mayhem for mayhem's sake is not, I think, what either side wants. I think that they're trying to call this stabilization in order to try and get what they want politically. But it has to come to an end at some point. And the question I think that's going to play in a lot of people's minds is how does this end? How do we get back to a more peaceful?
Well, look, I can just if 5 moments, Sasha, please. And that is this: Trump has shown remarkably the ability to create chaos just for the sake of chaos on a 24-hour news cycle. I mean, each day it's a different thing. That he has a strong track record. And so Shakeel, he is going to stoke fears, play on people's concerns, and try to divide. And then that just leads to chaos. And you're right, fundamentally, Shakeel, you hit one point, and that is this: it is the fatigue of the American people. I mean, even just having to have these kinds of discussions, Americans just, I think, for the most part, are just tired that every
so the answer
simple lies.
So let me just ask you a question here, Bill, because I am yet to hear after several weeks. Can we bring all of us back on, please? I want to be here by myself.
Right.
I've asked this question. I haven't asked it, but on several occasions, whatever, on the 7th or 8th or 9th show, whatever it's been, I've never heard anybody say anything good about Donald Trump, not once. Okay, so I'd like to just ask you this question. Okay, the economy's doing well. It was because of Obama. The economy's not doing well. It's Trump's fault. George Floyd dies and it causes protests. Well, protests and mayhem are Donald Trump's fault. So everything bad that happens and has happened in America is all Donald Trump's fault. Is there any counterbalance? Is there anything that he's done that's positive? Or are the tens of millions of people in America who voted for him last time, the tens of millions that they're going to vote for him this time, are they all just, in some sort of cult, and this is what they want? They want America to just disintegrate. Is that what's happening?
Actually, Shakeel, I believe he would be a shoo-in to be reelected if it wasn't for COVID-19. As a matter of fact, a lot of other people believe the same thing. The unemployment was lowest it's been. The market was the highest. And they say people vote with their pocketbooks. With that type of pocketbook,
he doesn't get any credit for that. He doesn't get any credit for that.
He doesn't, but I'm giving him credit for it.
We've heard other people, and perhaps with the exception of you there, Nick,
right.
We've heard other people talk constantly about every single thing that's gone wrong being his fault.
Yeah.
See, look. The thing is,
I mean, look, that's the nature of the position. I mean, look, Harry Truman had the sign that says the buck stops here, and that is the nature of the thing. Politics is about holding somebody responsible or blaming somebody in order to get elected and then to do things differently. So what
you're not in politics, Bill. You're a political reporter, right? So when I bring up a very banal, it wasn't really a controversial point. All I said was that the recent protests and the recent riots are going to be something that is going to factor on people's minds. Your immediate knee-jerk reaction was to blame those on Donald Trump. Well, what I'm saying, not everybody's going to agree with that view.
I blame a lot on Great Britain.
Trump's not responsible. I'm not saying that he is. Mm-hmm. I'm just simply saying that whoever convinces Americans that they are going to be more able to resolve that and bring it to an end, that will probably play a pretty big part in people's decisions on who they're going to vote. That's all I said. But your response was immediately to attack Donald Trump, and I don't get it.
Actually, I think that what people were protesting about fundamentally with George Floyd and all the other deaths, not only highlighting the racial inequality that has been systemic for hundreds of years, and you can't even you can't even debate that. But more importantly,
people do debate that, Bill. You know, people debate that. You know,
more importantly, the American people look to the presidency as a signal for or a voice that will help them understand how we ought to react. And with regard to all of the Black Lives Matter protests, Trump's response has been dismissive, and it's in that dismissive tone. So and it goes back to when he said that there were good people on both sides of the issue when there was a protest in Virginia, when you had, white nationalists coming and protesting. The point is, everybody looked to him at that critical moment. And what they were looking for was some voice to send in a direction to either heal or to divide. And Trump has consistently taken a position where his actions end up dividing more rather than bringing people together. And that's the nature of when they say it's Trump's fault. Trump did not kneel on George Floyd's neck. That was the police officer. However, the way Trump reacted to it, and it could have either healed the nation at that point or announced a closer look to see and acknowledge that there was a problem. Instead, he blew it off. And that's got everybody.
And you're right, Bill. That was a big problem. Is the lack of response is actually response if you're in that office. Okay, no matter how you cut the mustard, you don't sit on somebody's bloody neck. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's the stupidest thing I ever saw. But he never made a strong statement about that. Now, why did he do it? I don't know. But I'm just saying he did.
Hang on. Look. This is again, everyone's just jumped to the conclusion that George Floyd died because of that. We don't know that yet. I know the medical examiner said it was a fentanyl overdose so far, but we don't really know whether a murder occurred until it's gone through the courts. But before we get to that, when Donald Trump, what happened with Donald Trump leaving the White House to go to the church or something across the road?
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
That, I think was a pretty bad move on his part. I think that strategically that was a really, really poor move. But I can't really see that when you've got people like Senator Harris actually saying that defunding the police is a really good idea, and a lot of people on the hard left saying that, and that being something that appears to be Democrat policy, I can't imagine that somebody who says that that's not is any more divisive. So when you say Donald Trump is always divisive, not really. His base is still supporting him. There's not a lot of his base have gone, yeah, you know what, the guy's terrible. The people who didn't like him already are just continuing not to like him.
And the people who like him are going to continue to like him. Right.
On the other side of that coin, I'm not sure, and I'm personally, because I'm not in America, but I'm not persuaded personally that Joe Biden and Harris are going to unite the country either. My fear would be that my fear currently is that regardless of who wins, the country still remains very divided. Because
I think you're going to see a lot more because Shakeel actually did listen to the Democratic deal when they did their song and pony dance, and Joe is very central. As a matter of fact, here's his big problem is that there are a lot of people that are really these far left wing people in the Democratic Party, and I told these guys, I said, look, if you bring in these certain really far left people, I said, I can't vote for your ticket. Right. And they were like shocked because aren't you supposed to fall in line with whatever we say? No, there's a lot of people in this country that don't fall in line with whatever party's stuff is. And I think you're going to find out there is a lot of common ground, and I think we're going to move more toward that. But will that happen under Joe Biden? Possibly. Would it happen under Donald Trump? No way. He's always going to bring, it's just who he is. He's going to bring the celebrity apprentice to the White House, which is what he did. It's fun. It's entertaining. He actually did bring the economy up. But here was his problem. He had no ability to stop COVID-19 because his leadership and organizational skills aren't as high as he thinks they are. And you've seen that. Look at Australia. What do you guys make?
That's not. No, hang on. That is so untrue.
Well, let me ask you this: how's COVID-19 in Australia, mate?
Councillor.
Sure.
I can tell you that our most left-wing state in Australia, Victoria, is doing terrible compared to the rest of Australia, and is doing terrible compared to the rest of the world. Just that state. But let me just say, we have a problem here in Australia where our Prime Minister is limited in what he can do because of the constitutional limitations on our federal parliament and its powers against the states. And councillor, both of you councillors, I'm sure that you would give me all sorts of lectures about states' rights versus the federal right of the US government. Okay, so you cannot centralize blame for everything in Washington, D.C. As much as I would like to blame things on big government, because I'm not a big government kind of guy, you can't blame everything to them, and you can't attribute all success to them either.
Right. That's absolutely true. In other words, the thing is, there are certain responsibilities that also went down to states, and they failed too. So we had the federal, the states, and the local governments fail. It just shows our country's complete lack of response. And I'm beating up America again. I know you don't like it. But then I look at your country, Australia. You have very little deaths compared to us. Same with New Zealand. Same with Malaysia. Same with South Korea. How come we can't emulate Japan?
I mean, we got criticised. Okay, Australia got criticised. The Prime Minister, so again for the viewers, the Liberal Party of Australia is our conservative sort of centre right.
Right.
So the Liberal Party Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, who is more on the conservative side of the Liberal Party, he decided to recall all Australians to Australia and essentially shut the border.
Sure.
Now this became a problem for me personally because I was in LA. And I had been to the United Nations, and I had entered the United States on my British passport. So I had to leave my British passport, but I couldn't do it because the Australian government wouldn't give me immigration clearance in America to board the plane to get back to Australia. And I had this huge big thing because I was like, look, I went to the United Nations. I can't leave on my Australian passport. I have to leave on my British, and it was this huge big thing. So sometimes there are unintended consequences, but there was a lot of criticism of him for having essentially shut our borders, our national borders. There's a lot of criticism of some premiers of shutting their state borders. Now, Donald Trump, I don't think it would have mattered what he did. If he'd have shut the borders earlier, he would have been called xenophobic. He would have been this terrible monster for having shut the borders and curtailing the freedoms of Americans.
Right.
Having shut them any later, it's his fault that so many people died. I mean, this is the thing, and it's not just with Donald Trump. I think it is in politics in general. You can't win.
You're right. You're right. And he was criticized. He was criticized by the Democrats. But see, you're trying to be objective. Politics is not objective.
That's exactly right.
Okay. I mean,
it is to the everyday person, because here's what the everyday person is. The everyday American. I spent a lot of time in rural America when I was there. I went through the southern states predominantly while I was there, a couple of times in northern states, and your bookends New York and California. So I have been through your country quite a lot. And the thing is that the everyday person kind of just says, well, I know everyone hates Donald Trump, but my life is okay. I don't mind the guy. Or people will say things like, well, I really don't like Donald Trump, and I'm going to vote for the other guy. I think that Bernie Sanders has got a better idea, or whatever, prior to the election. So, this is the thing, that everyday people's lives are being affected here. And the things that get talked about in the political spectrum doesn't really reflect what's going to affect the everyday person. And that's why the everyday person gives the politicians way different results than what the polls show.
That is not true. And I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but if the horse is dead, I'm gonna beat it again. And that's the pandemic and the federal government's reaction to the pandemic affects everybody's lives. That's why we were all, doing this via video conferencing rather than being in a studio someplace, because the president's reaction to the pandemic, and let me just kind of remind our viewers that when it first broke, you're right, okay, maybe he would have been criticized this way or criticized that way. However, what he didn't do was give voice in a unified fashion about how we as a nation were going to address the issue. And that left each state on their own to try to figure it out on their own. So that led 50 different possible responses to one major worldwide problem. And that was the issue. And so what we have is a failure to at least set a course. And so, but it's the nature of the issue. And Shakeel, I can tell you this, that the average American person, you're right, they say, what's going on in my life? Well, what's going on in their life right now is that there's massive unemployment, so they're unemployed. What's going on in their lives is that everybody is under essentially lockdown. What's going on in their lives is that their lives have been completely upset and overturned and turned inside out, and that there is no end in sight. And what's going on in their lives is that they've lost a loved one, or they know of somebody that has lost a loved one, because America has right now over 20% of the worldwide deaths from this pandemic, and yet we only represent 4% of the worldwide population. That is something fundamentally wrong, that people in the center, people who just want to live their lives and just go along, that is why they are having such concerns about this election. But I'm listening. Shakeel, Sasha.
No, well, I'll just say a couple of things. Firstly, numbers can be manipulated very, very easily. Okay, very, very easily. Okay. The reported sexual assault rate in Syria is significantly lower than the reported sexual assault rate at US college campuses. But I would defy you to find me somebody who truly believes that you would be better off in Syria than at Harvard. Okay? What is reported and how it's reported and how they assess whether somebody died from COVID or not, okay? These numbers, these can be manipulated for political reasons, just like a lot of other numbers are.
Yeah, no, okay? You cannot fudge the numbers when somebody is dead. That you cannot do.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can, because you can fudge the number. You can fudge the numbers. You can fudge the numbers based on what the person died from. Now, hang on. If you look at excess mortality rates in the United States compared to excess mortality rates in other countries, you guys haven't fared as badly as a lot of other countries have. Okay, you've actually done quite well compared to a lot of other major OECD Western countries. Okay, I'm not saying that you guys deserve an A+, but you've done reasonably well. But the second thing that I would like to just add to that is, if you believe it's Donald Trump's fault that this has happened, by extension, because we are one of your allies here in Australia, should the people in Victoria also believe them, because they've got the highest death rate in Australia, should they also blame Donald Trump for it by your reasoning? Because by your reasoning, the Five Eyes countries are Australia, New Zealand, the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. The US is arguably the most powerful country amongst that group. And the US dropped the ball in how it handled this coming out of China. They should have had a worldwide response between the Five Eyes countries. So should the rest of the world, the rest of the Western world, blame Donald Trump for this as well, by your reasoning?
Well, actually, it's not my reasoning. It's just what the facts are, Shakeel, and it's pretty basic. It says, because when you say that the United States has done relatively well versus other countries, I mean, that may be the case, except that it was not led by the federal government. It was 50 different individual governors taking the lead. So New York responded to the threat. Okay,
no. It was Donald Trump's fault, and now that I say that you did well, oh well, that was the states. That was the states. That the credit for that goes to the states.
No, Shakeel, they are not mutually exclusive. What you are doing is you're engaging in a sleight of hand. Here is the thing. This is what we know. No, you really are, Shakeel, and I get it, because with your foundation and with arbitrage, which is just fun, floating money back and forth. But the point
you don't even know what I do. I don't just do that.
But that's okay. The point here is this: is that there was no singular federal leadership in the early days of the pandemic. And everybody was looking to the president, because that is the job, Shakeel. When somebody wants to become president of the United States, it is because they are going to be seen. They're in a position of authority and can set the tone for the rest of the nation. They can prioritize what issues are important. They can shape the debate. They can shape the discussion. They can move the American public to do things like create Social Security or Obamacare. That's what a president does, because that is the job. Now, when the president, who has that job, doesn't do that job, then you're somehow saying, oh, well, we should give him a pass. Well, no, we shouldn't give him a pass.
No, I didn't say that, Bill. I didn't say that. I simply said be consistent. Either it's his fault that things are bad, and it's also his success when they're not, or it's really good when things are good, or it's his credit when things are good, and it's also his fault when things are bad. You can't have it be his fault when it's bad, and it's really not his doing when things are good. It's one or the other.
So, I bring up an important part about leadership is the minister of Lebanon stepped down when they had that explosion and some people died. In America, we've had over 100,000 people die. And I truly believe that it was decisions made in the very beginning of this epidemic pandemic. I truly believe it in all my heart, because
we have a guest who's just arrived.
Surely somebody should say, okay, who would be a better alternative? And that's all I said. I'm not taking a side. I'm just saying, if you're going to criticize him, who would be a better alternative? How would that person have likely performed in the same circumstances? That's something you've got to assess, surely, as a rational person.
We have a guest who's just arrived.
David would have been a better person.
And David Cay Johnson. David, we just got to welcome you to the show.
Where's the clapping?
We're working on that. There we go. David Cay Johnson, welcome to the show.
Listen, David, you're running for president?
Well, he wrote the making of Donald Trump, so he knows the Don. Yeah. And I think you were on CNN yesterday, weren't you? On CNN?
Oh, I have been on CNN, BBC, MSNBC, local television. I've nonstop since yesterday afternoon when the story broke in the New York Times. But I have the answer to Shaq's question. And the answer is anybody would have been better than Donald, because Donald just ignored the science. He kept telling us it's going to go away. You know, we have 15 cases. It'll be 0 very soon. And as the death toll kept mounting, he kept insisting that, no, we needed to not follow the science. If we had done like the South Koreans, we would have 2,000 dead, not 205,000 dead. And I think you can reasonably put that at Donald's door, because he keeps denying the science. And look, we know, you may not have seen these because you're not in America, but we know that Trump toadies with no knowledge of science have been removing documents, rewriting reports. They tried to kill the weekly morbidity and mortality reports of the CDC, which are read by every doctor in the country every week, because they tell us the state of what's going on in terms of infectious illness around the country. So anybody but Donald.
Yeah, and again, David, you know, I know you haven't been here for the whole thing, but you know, I'm not taking a side. I don't want to come across as though I'm some sort of diehard Donald Trump supporter. But you know, every time I sort of ask, not just here, even when I was in America, it's like, okay, so what did Donald Trump do? I get this a lot when I'm in California. People say to me, "Oh, Donald Trump's racist." Oh, okay, is he? I don't know. I'm from Australia, so no. Okay, he's a racist person. Fair enough. Cool. What did he say that was racist? Everything he said is racist. I'm like, well, could you be more specific? No, every single.
Shaq. Let me address that. That's a perfectly reasonable point. That everything Donald says isn't racist. But first of all, Donald Trump has had adjudicated proceedings where he was found to have discriminated against blacks, women, Asians, Puerto Ricans. Donald Trump has routinely described people in racial terms, both coded language and straight up front language. Mexicans are murderers and rapists. He has appointed people who defend, hold on, let me finish. He has appointed people who defend the old Confederacy where we had slavery in America. And I don't mean the slavery of the ancient world. I'm talking about this brutal New World slavery that came out in the 1600s. And so there's plenty of evidence that Donald is a racist, but more significant are the policy actions he's taken. He issued an order. We will not settle EEOC complaints. That's complaints of racial discrimination by federal employees. We will know no diversity training to make people understand other cultures. Yeah, I think that's pretty good evidence Donald is a racist.
David, I'm sorry, but because of how I view it, I don't think because I'm a right-wing white guy, but because of how I view some of the equal opportunity laws here in Australia and how I've seen them being applied, I don't have the knowledge of what's happened that you're referring to in the US, but there are a lot of people around the world and a lot of employers around the world who are very concerned about just these issues. Because, you know, when you actually have a look at like metrics and say, well, okay, there is 10% of people that live in this community where your business is located who are of a particular ethnicity or a particular sexual orientation or religion or whatever it may be, and you haven't employed them, you know, proportionally to your workforce, there isn't 10% of your workforce being proportionally represented. Therefore, you must have discrimination in the workforce. That's a problem. I mean, it's very hard to have a workforce that is exactly compliant with those kinds of rules.
There's no legal requirement to do what you're describing in the United States. Okay, and here's what we do know from experiments that have been done in the U.S. When people are tested or are inquired about jobs without being seen by an HR person, Blacks and Latinos get hired at higher rates than if you see people in person. This is the same thing that happened in Europe, where women musicians complained they were being kept out of the big orchestras, so they started testing people behind screens. And lo and behold, consistently, the highest rated performers on violins and oboes and other instruments were women. And there were conductors who said, no, I must have made a mistake. That's pretty good evidence of gender bias. But there's no law of the kind that you are describing in the United States, but it's also irrelevant to the issue you raised about Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself has made numerous, on the record, racist statements, and he's issued these 2 policy directives. We will not settle with anyone who makes an equal opportunity complaint, and which puts the onus on the other person who has lost their paycheck, lost their health care, and doesn't have any money to have lawyers representing them. And secondly, he ordered that all diversity training stop.
That's right.
So, when people tell you who don't like Donald Trump or like him that Donald Trump's a racist, I think that's a closed case. It's a closed case. You can argue about what policy should be relative to race, but I think it's a closed case. I'm curious, do you guys want to talk about this huge New York Times expose?
Well, apparently, David, that has co-opted our entire show.
I got a question.
Economics Monday.
I got a question for David real quick.
Trump.
I have a question for David real quick about the EOC complaint policies. I don't think it was just racist either, because of some of the things that he did, like he defunded the Violence Against Women Act. So it might not have been just racist, because that particular complaint filing, is also when women have complaints for sexual harassment and things like that. So,
right. I mean, you can make a stronger case that it's white male supremacy.
Very gender.
You make a stronger case that it's white male supremacy that he is promoting.
There you go. I think so.
But yes, actually, David.
Let's move to the article. I want to talk about that.
Yeah, David, I would like to get your take on the New York Times article, because Nick's right. It has subsumed. And it's so funny.
Economics Monday.
Can I ask a question about
why
that
does
article?
anyone listen to the New York Times anyway? I mean,
can I just ask a question about this article, because I don't know whether geolocation blocks me from kind of finding it very quickly, but the tax returns that have been reported in the New York Times, have the actual tax returns themselves been released and verified, like they did before they talked about some of his previous tax returns? Because I can't find them, which is really annoying.
Shaq, that's a great question. The Times piece is based on what's called tax information. The Internal Revenue Service, if it's auditing you, doesn't start with your return that you filed. They use an abstract, the numbers that are taken off the return, and they work from those. And then if they need the actual return, they go get it out of the file. And what the Times has is what's called tax information. And it is incredibly richly detailed with great graphics that you should be able to see online very easily that document year by year what happened here. There's no possibility that the Times made this stuff up. No, right. You couldn't make up all the details that are in it if you tried. And the Times has a sterling reputation for being spot on accurate about this stuff. The flaws in the story are that there's some things that are missing, but the Times also says there are more stories coming.
Right. The Times has lied here. I was just wondering if it's something that we can actually say. Is there, because we talked a lot in the first couple of hours here about possible tax deductions, write-offs, et cetera, is that information contained there as well?
Yes, and Shaq, in enormous detail. For example, Donald deducted more than $70,000 for his personal hairstyling. He deducted personal legal bills of his son, Don Jr., of over $70,000. personal legal bills are not tax deductible. Okay, he paid his daughter Ivanka a $700,000 plus fee for a deal where she is an employee of the Trump organization. Now, you might call this a bonus, but she had nothing to do with the deal in a way that suggests that. And I think what the evidence points to is what's called in American law a disguised gift. Each American can give away $11 million. So Donald and his wife can give away $22 million to anybody they want, divide it up, give it one gift. And after that, you have to pay what's called gift tax.
It wasn't 20 million back then, though, was it? It was maybe 5 million back then or something?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But my point is, I'm sure that Donald has used up his gift tax exemption. So if he gave his daughter $700,000, he would owe about $250,000 in gift tax. By paying his daughter, he was able to take a tax deduction for himself and shift the tax obligation to his daughter. That's a crime, a disguised gift. Now, doing it one time in your life, you are never prosecuted in America for any one-time thing, no matter how egregious it is. It'll be treated as a civil matter. But if you've done something repeatedly, that's grounds for criminal prosecution. And the Times report has lots of details that point directly to criminal activity by Donald, not tax avoidance. There is tax avoidance, but to criminal tax evasion.
It's not perfectly legal.
We have a thing called the Privacy Act, and I know because of how much information I can find out about people in the United States that your privacy rules are not as stringent as they are here in Australia. Is it legal for somebody, presumably the IRS or the Treasury or whoever has done this? Is it actually legal for them to reveal personal information?
No, and they didn't. I'm sure they're not the source of this. Section 6103 of the tax code makes it a crime for any government official with access to any tax information to release it. And I'm sure that's not what happened here. All the grand juries that I've written about in my career, I never once had a prosecutor leak anything because that's the end of their case if they get caught. The leaks always come from either the defendant or people around the edges of the case who have a reason to get their oar in the water. They may hate the defendant. They may be trying to help the defendant. They may be trying to protect themselves. And just as we learned from the
are they not covered by privilege? Like say
no,
Bill Hates.
No. And the paper is well. Let me back up. Donald and Bill and Nick as lawyers, correct me if I'm wrong. Donald, if he can find out the source, might have a tort claim against the individual who leaked the material, but he has no case against the New York Times. The New York Times has clean hands in this matter, just as I did when Donald's tax return came in the mail to me in a DC report. We published it 3 years ago, and the White House confirmed that it was accurate.
Very interesting. Oh, we're at the almost half of the hour. I want to do some quick introductions. Off to my right, we have David Cay Johnston, who is a New York Times bestseller, Pulitzer Prize winner, author of The Making of Donald Trump, one of his buddies, the Donald, and also Perfectly Legal. He wrote that one too. This is one of my favorite books. And he was recently, like as of yesterday, on CNN, ABC, NBC, and all the others. Also off to our further right is Bill Trezevant. He's an attorney in Washington, D.C., heads up IBMTV's American Politics, which has co-opted Economics Monday because of some tax returns that have been released. Below is Sasha Starr, who is our investor, runs Investing with Sasha. And then, of course, we have our special guest today, David Moskowitz, who is a medical doctor, graduate of Harvard Medical School, and also CEO of GenMed. We're going to talk to David a little bit about his company. Shakeel Latimer is in Australia. Good day, mate. He's actually is $1 billion money manager in Singapore and Liechtenstein. And every now and then he does have time to come on IBM TV. And Kim Calhoun has joined us, who sits on the vice chair of the board of North Carolina State's computer science. So David, you have a little bit you want to talk about who you are and what you do. Since the rest of the panel, we all know each other. We've argued about Trump, who's co-opted our show, by the way, because he released his tax returns and somebody got a hold of it. But tell us a little about the economics of who you are and what you do.
You mean me, David, not David Cay Johnston?
Yeah, everybody knows David Cay Johnston. David Cay
Johnston's
a regular. So, we all know David. So David Moskowitz, tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, what you do.
Well, David Cay Johnston, I love your work. And going back to 9/11, which I think is an unsolved case still. So my work, I think there's lots of truth waiting to come out, and I think the baby boomers are as likely to get the truth unearthed as any generation up till now. My particular ox that I'm trying to gore is healthcare, which makes a great claim that it's trying to prevent disease, but in fact doesn't, because it's such a lucrative status quo. And I've got proof now for a quarter of a century that even though it's been possible to prevent dialysis, make the world dialysis free for all of that time, absolutely nobody in healthcare in any country in the world has wanted to. And so it begins to make ridiculous the whole effort to find disease-causing genes, doing moonshots, but putting the same people in charge of them, because academic medicine as a whole has become superb at make work that gets nowhere and doesn't change a single patient's course, while garnering Nobel Prizes, which have become hopelessly disconnected from clinical outcomes.
David, when you went to medical school, how many courses did you have to take on nutrition and the effective diet on health? And where did you go to medical school?
I went to Harvard MIT after a Marshall Scholarship to Oxford. So I got a Summa in chemistry from Harvard College.
So how many courses as a medical student did you have to take on nutrition and diet and its effect on human health?
Well,
zero or one?
I was going to say, David, that I'm a biochemist from Oxford with a first-class honors, and that I plan to be a nutritionist and a GI guy when I went to Barnes for my residency and fellowship. Unfortunately, and I did a postdoc in membrane biochemistry because I thought what you ate was what you became in terms of your membrane function. So I'm interested in nutrition, but it turns out it's way too broad. And in fact, I'm self-taught in nutrition, but what really matters is individual molecules and pureness, purity of compound. For example, COVID-19, which you may have heard of, has been in the news until today, is curable with quercetin, which is a natural product, makes flowers yellow, but binds uniquely to this receptor on mast cells, the MRGPRX2 receptor, which accounts for basic secretagogues like compound 4880 that makes mast cells degranulate. It turns out all viral nucleocapsid proteins have the same structure as compound 4880. There's a lipid component that anchors the protein in the lipid bilayer of the virus. Then there's a positive charge, very strong positive charge, that binds to the phosphate backbone of the viral nucleic acid, be it RNA or DNA.
So David, because you're way into the weeds of biology beyond probably everybody on this panel and in the audience, let me ask the more basic question about that. If you're right about that, why aren't we teaching that? I mean, the reason I brought up nutrition is one of the things I understand is that nutrition does affect your health. People who eat chocolate all day instead of their green beans presumably are not as healthy. And medical schools, my understanding is, do very little to teach nutrition. But if that's not relevant, that's fine. But in this other area, then if these things work, why are they not? What are the reasons they're not being adopted?
Well, nutrition's important. The case, last Thursday's case in the New England Journal was a heroin addict who ate too much licorice,
That's right.
developed low potassium, and died. So I wrote a letter over the weekend to the New England Journal. Kimberly knows this because I told her on Sunday, yesterday, that oliguric acute renal failure, which this guy died of, they told his family that he'd have to have dialysis, and they said, forget about it. Turns out I got a patent in 2006 for using intravenous aminophylline instead of dialysis in acute renal failure. Nobody has paid any attention to that patent.
Because
my point in answer to your question, there is no such thing as innovation in healthcare, meaning that for investors, it's possible to own 21st century healthcare for $1 million. Because nobody else in the business wants to go forward. Everybody wants to preserve the status quo, and patients don't want that.
David, if I could just ask a quick question there. Sorry, Dr. Moskowitz, to differentiate from the two Davids. Two questions if I can. Do you think there might be a future in nutrigenomics and how that might individualize healthcare? And the other thing was just in relation to the aminophylline stuff that you were talking about, delivering that intravenously instead of renal dialysis treatments. Do you think that part of the reason why these sorts of advancements don't get made is because of some of the criminal prosecutions that have occurred and prosecutions of drug companies that have occurred for marketing off-label uses of medications?
Nutrigenomics was the first question, and everybody loves nutrition, and thinks it's important, but it's not as powerful as small molecular weight drugs. And I'm much more of a biochemist than I am a nutritionist, and I think it'll be hard enough to design small molecular weight drugs to solve diseases, as opposed to finding food that would be appropriate. I mean, the quercetin story is perfect for nutrition. It's in capers and apples and red onions and in kale. And it's possible to Kimberly knows about quercetin.
It worked. I couldn't believe it.
I think about nutrigenomics is more about maximizing your health while you're healthy as opposed to dealing with disease once you have it.
Well, I think a lot of that's bullshit, basically. Nobody is sick until they're 65, and then they get, heart disease and cancer. And until 65, all the concern and anxiety about getting sick is completely wasted time and effort and money. I say this as a clinician seeing primary care patients all the time. So that's the nutrigenomics answer. And then the second thing was, tell me again.
The second thing was you mentioned aminophylline as something that you had talked about.
Oh, aminophylline and right.
Yeah.
Well,
do you think there's a possibility that these sorts of advancements aren't being pursued because of prior prosecutions of drug companies and drug sales people and that sort of thing for marketing off-label uses of drugs to treat certain illnesses and certain conditions?
Well, aminophylline is a generic drug. It has its own problems for getting noticed by the community, which is that there is no money whatsoever behind generic drugs. There's no money for research, and there's no money for publicity, which are the two things lacking. By the way, that's how healthcare is going to be revolutionized, by repurposing generic drugs, which can be done safely and immediately.
So, David, let me ask you a question about this very important point about pharmaceuticals. The patent monopoly system has created very big fortunes. It has encouraged an investment in a variety of drugs of varying degrees of efficacy and usefulness. there are proposals out there by people like Dean Baker and others that instead of the patent system, we should have a reward system. When the British, for example, needed for their Navy a reliable clock, there was an award to someone who could come up with a clock that would work under conditions at sea in wooden sailing ships. There was an obvious solution that nobody came up with, which is a water clock, as used in the Middle East, but that's another point. But what would you think about replacing the patent system on pharmaceuticals to a reward system, which in effect would make any drug we develop generic? And say, we need a drug for X. Society is spending $10 billion a year on this. If you can develop a drug that will cut the cost to $1 billion a year, we'll give you $5 billion as a reward. To make up an example.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, so I can prevent 90% of dialysis, which is at least a $30 billion a year expense by Medicare, by CMS. I went to Medicare in October of 2004 and told them about it, that I could save 7% of their budget. They were horrified because they're bureaucrats and 7% of them would lose their jobs. No bureaucrat wants to cut 7% of their budget.
Right.
And that's one of the big reasons why healthcare is status quo. The National Health Service in the UK and Canada similarly had no desire to save money and get rid of dialysis because that was their salaries. They didn't care about the 20 million patients who've died in the past 25 years on dialysis unnecessarily. And so I think the problem is bigger. I mean, it would be lovely if we actually valued public health enough so that savings were rewarded financially. But I think playing with the pieces that we have, I think there's a more elegant way. I would keep the patent system. I wouldn't antagonize anybody. And I would continue to make it a profitable venture to invent new drugs. The thing is, we have about 500 gene inhibitors already in our pharmacopoeia, thanks to the last few hundred years. And I think they will be deployed to defeat diseases. And, the few new drugs that need to be made, I think the world will have maybe just enough resources for them because each one is supposed to cost over $1 billion in 12 years. If we're lucky, we won't need more than one or two new drugs per disease.
But when you say that you're talking about small molecular weight drugs, are you talking about mRNA? Is that the sort of treatment you're talking about?
I think mRNA is similarly bullshit. I think the Moderna vaccine is very unlikely to work because RNA is extremely degradable. It's very nice to lack a hydroxyl group. RNA has hydroxyls all around the 5-membered sugar ring. Deoxyribonucleic acid lacks the number 2 hydroxyl group. It turns out that hydroxyl group is very reactive and breaks bonds nearby, breaks the phosphate backbone. And so RNA falls apart. I don't see how any company can make its business off RNA.
There's a lot of criticism about Donald Trump using hydrochloroquine. How do you pronounce it? Hydroxychloroquine. What do you think of it? Is it a potential treatment for some people? Can it help? Is it a placebo effect for some people? I mean, what do you think?
I think it's been disproven pretty obviously, and it just shows that if you're barking up the same tree, you can keep barking up it for 50 or 60 years. If you have a public health mentality where you're trying to save lives, you're not trying to prove a compound works, then you're willing to give up and try something new. And hydroxychloroquine is not a particularly safe molecule. It can prolong the QT interval and cause something called torsade de pointe, which is this elegant-looking VTAC, which degenerates to ventricular fibrillation and sudden death. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I'd much rather use something that's in our food supply already, like quercetin, which doesn't require a prescription.
You mean like this, David?
Yeah, exactly.
And I checked IBM's Summit. IBM has a supercomputer called Summit. They ran this through, and this showed up as number 7 as a possibility to defeat coronavirus. However, here's the problem. I've seen no research on this. It's almost like this is ignored. Why is this being ignored? What's the deal?
David did research. He did a paper. But I want to ask David Cay Johnston a question, because he brought this up in a odd sort of way but how do we say, okay, because you said, do we keep the patents going and maybe do a bonus or some sort of benefit program for them so that we keep them going? But how would we continue the growth of the medicines that we need without having one monopolize the situation like it seems to happen? Because it seems like politics, or somebody gets in there and one monopolizes the other.
Well, the principle at issue here is that monopolies are grants from the government to extract what economists call rents, to charge excessively high prices. And the theory is risk your capital investing and creating something new. And if you're successful, the market will reward you enormously, and you control that. And this doesn't apply just to drugs. I mean, Disney still controls Mickey Mouse, 94 years after he was invented by Walt Disney. And so the system we use encourages companies, unfortunately, to do minor improvements to existing drugs. We've actually now allowed companies to repurpose a drug. So you have a drug. Viagra is a good example of this. Viagra started out as a drug to treat pulmonary hypertension. The Pfizer researchers experimenting with the drug discovered it had a very interesting effect on them, and they created this enormously profitable product. The patent ran out. So then they came up with a new purpose for it, and they're back to charging $18 a pill when the cost of manufacture, and Dr. Moskowitz can correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't be shocked to hear it's a penny a pill. I'm sure it's at less than a dime a pill, but they're getting $18 retail. And so an alternative way to deal with this is to say, look, we want to reward you, but we're going to give you a prize, or we'll pay you a decent price for it, but we're trying to advance science and knowledge. And greed is not the only motivator for human behavior. And monopolies assume that greed is the motivator. It's a very 16th, 17th century idea from the mercantilist age, where, there's a fixed amount of wealth in the world and we can't create wealth. We know how to create wealth. We're really good now at creating wealth.
How would you do the issue of for a company that specializes in research? Does the capitalist person who sets up that medical research company and who pays all those people to do the research, do they get paid how much of that $5 billion, for example?
There are ways to work this out, but I think the fundamental principle should be, if you risk your capital, we're going to pay you a supernormal return to represent the risk you took, and then make this drug readily available and tradable to other people. Those are mechanical, solvable problems as opposed to the underlying principle. The underlying principle being we want to encourage research and development. We could just, I'm not in favor of this, but the fact is we could just get rid of private companies doing this and have nonprofit organizations that are science focused do this under government budgets. That's just not the culture of any of the Western countries, but there's no reason you couldn't do it that way. And let me give you an example of that. Shaq, just hold on for just a second. A very famous doctor, Judah Folkman, who was the guy who put forth the theory of angiogenesis. The reason tumors grow is they figured out how to grow blood cells to feed themselves. He had a researcher in his laboratory a young man from China who he called in one day and said, you're not doing work worthy of your mind. You're a brilliant researcher and you're on full pay, but you are not to set your foot in this building until you come up with something worthy of your mind. And the guy, Judah told me this before he died. He comes back 30 or so days later and he presents an idea. And Judah goes, wow, that's brilliant. And he told me if it's right, it's worth tens of billions of dollars. They go to the drug companies. We're not going to fund that. It's too risky. They go to the U.S. government. Oh, no. We don't have a big enough budget. They've cut our budgets. We're only doing safe projects. They go to foundations. Same thing. The young man goes home to visit his parents in China. He manages to get a meeting with people in Beijing in the health ministry. He lays out what he wants. They ask him what he wants, and they tell him, what do you want? Don't play around. And he gives them this enormous budget. And they say, okay, thank you very much. And he goes away thinking he's failed again. And then he gets a phone call saying, get your tail back to Beijing. And they give him everything he asked for. Millions and millions of dollars. Now, if I've not seen what's happened since then. If his idea panned out, the Chinese are going to make a fortune. If it didn't pan out, well, the government spent some money and employed a bunch of scientists who at least acquired skills. But we're not taking risks for the future. A lot of the drug money spending in the U.S. is actually government spending through grants and things, and then the drug companies act as if it's all their money, and it's not. It's not.
Yeah, and that is one of the abuses. I'm not sure that the solution would be to exclude for-profit companies from competing.
I'm not in favor of that. I'm just pointing out you could do that.
One thing that I think might work, and again, because I'm not an expert in medicine, but perhaps Dr. Moskowitz, you can comment on this as well. One of the things that I thought would be a really interesting thing is how some countries, not all, but some countries treat mining. So a lot of countries will say, if you go and find oil or gold or whatever it may be, you get to have cost recovery first, and then you've got a 50% tax rate because the mineral resources of our country belongs to the people. So you get to have half the profits and we get half the profits. And I think that would be an interesting way of playing it as well. The ramifications of that, I'm not sure, but what do you guys think?
Well, Shaq, you invoked my name there. I hope it wasn't in vain. What I think is happening is that nation states are pretty much becoming irrelevant in the age of the internet, and companies can deal directly with patients through telemedicine anywhere on earth, which is what I've been doing for the last 15 or 20 years when it comes to renal failure. People in Pakistan or India who don't want to go on dialysis and die in a couple of years can easily contact me via email, and I can keep them off the machine. The problem with research is that no country is doing it right. Every country has a group of sycophants, pretty much, who are good to each other. I'm thinking of Francis Collins and Fauci. The MRC, I'm sure, has its own little elite old boys club. You can't get funding if you're not part of that old boys club. And so same for nonprofits. The scientists who sit on the boards of nonprofits are there because they want any money raised to go to their labs, and they'll be damned if anybody outside the club is going to get money. None of the nonprofits for kidney disease, the NKF, the ASN, whatever, none of the International Society of Nephrology, none of the nonprofits have behaved at all honorably. Everybody wants to keep their disease. Otherwise, they lose their raison d'etre, like the March of Dimes did when polio was cured in the early 50s. So I think we live in a hopelessly greedy, monopolistic world. I love that you guys are talking about utopian things, but I think all you need is somebody who wants to prevent disease, and we can scoop healthcare. I mean, we can revolutionize healthcare for $1 million.
Yeah, and as we get to the top of the hour, I just want to do some brief introductions. We have David Moskowitz, who's a medical doctor, graduate of Harvard, Oxford, and MIT, has joined us. And of course, David Cay Johnston-Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, author of the book Perfectly Legal, and author of the book
And I got to get off in a couple minutes.
And he's got to go in a couple minutes.
I got to get off to do NPR.
Yeah, I know. He was just on CNN yesterday. I saw that. And then we have Shakeel Latimer, our $1 billion money manager. Holmes Stoner, who's joined us, who's the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles and works around the globe. Sasha Starr, who runs out of Canada, investing with Sasha. And Sharif has just joined us from Malaysia, who runs the Sharif School of Economics out of Malaysia on IBMTV. So I just want to do a brief introduction. And yes, this is one of David's many great books.
Are you going to leave us for another media company?
What's a media company?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's a nonprofit. It's NPR, but I've just been booked all last night and all day.
Yeah, and apparently the tax returns of Trump have trumped even our shows for the most part.
But Sasha had a question before I go.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please, Sasha.
Okay, here's a question. And remember, we had quite a lengthy discussion before you appeared here. And one thing which I just don't understand, and if you, in any case, can deal with that, I would appreciate. Basically, earlier today, I was astonished to learn on CNBC that from 2014 to 2016, Mr. Trump has sold all his stock holdings. So by the year 2016, he had no stocks in his possession whatsoever. Okay. What I'd like to understand is how it all works together. So he has no stocks. He owes $400 or over $400 million of his personally guaranteed debts, which is confirmed by business losses here and there, no taxes paid at least, except 2 years, 2016 and 2017, he paid $750, not thousands of dollars, 750, not 2016, 750, 2017. How all that comes together with a package of highly successful wizard, businessman, executive, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So, Sasha, here's the fundamental point from my 32 years of covering Donald and building up thousands and thousands of pages of public documents on him. Donald Trump is not a businessman. I'm a businessman. I'm a journalist, but I started a successful little two-bit company with one of my sons, a hotel management company. We manage. We don't own. We manage.
Anything in Atlantic City? Have you managed anything in Atlantic City?
Atlantic City.
Atlantic City.
No, we're in the next island down, Ocean City, the next island down. Okay. There's no gambling and no liquor. But Donald is not a businessman. He calls himself a businessman. A business person creates wealth. They reinvest in the enterprise. Donald's entire apparatus has been the same in every deal he's done, with one exception. He puts no money into the deal. He gets either bank loans from which he extracts a fee or fees from partners up front. So he has cash in the very beginning of the deal. And then instead of developing and improving the business, he just sucks money out of it. So at the Trump Plaza Casino, when other casinos would improve the mattresses when they were worn, Donald would say, flip them over. He didn't put up wallpaper. He just repainted them. If you went and stayed in the rooms, as I did, you would find that there were nicks in the built-in furniture in the bathroom because he didn't replace it when he just had it repaired with, wood putty and things like that. And once he bled the place dry, he leaves the carcass behind, the unpaid vendors, sometimes the unpaid workers, the unpaid taxes, and he walks away. That's what the point of the book, The Art of the Deal, was. He's a con artist, and there's an endless number of marks. And so Donald got a quarter of his father's huge real estate portfolio in New York City just at the turn of the century. He sold it. Imagine how rich you would be if you owned 15,000 apartments that you inherited today. The cash flow alone would be enormous, but Donald doesn't operate that way. He sold them, and the money is gone. And in all of his business dealings, that's what he does. So Donald's stocks, he sold them because he has bills to pay. Donald is in financial trouble. He ran for president. He said so himself in the campaign that he was running for president not to win the presidency, but because it was good for his business. His associates who've written books about it say he was saying this to them all the time. And then he wins, and now he's got this problem. He has to figure out, how do I monetize the presidency, which he's been working on. And the New York Times report has clear badges of fraud. And I remind you, for those who just tuned in, Donald has had 2 income tax fraud trials. They were civil, not criminal. He lost them both. The unrefuted evidence of his own witness was that Donald Trump is a forger, and he could have gone to prison for what he did. He has been established from public record to be a tax cheat on sales taxes. He's a criminal. He's the 3rd generation head of a 4-generation white-collar crime family. They don't break legs. They don't kill you like Genovese and the Albanian mobsters and people like that. They steal from you with an ink pen. And
guys, you said you've been monitoring him on him for 30 plus years.
Right.
Obviously, he's a much more public figure now that he's the president. But 30 years ago, I was 7. So, back then he was just a real estate mogul. What was your interest in Donald Trump and the Trump family 30 years ago?
1988. Most of the 1980s, I was at the LA Times. I was the first person to seriously investigate the Los Angeles Police Department. And as some other people posted on the internet recently, my investigations ticked off so many powerful institutions and people that the Times didn't want me around. So I went to Atlantic City for the Philadelphia Inquirer, a very aggressive newspaper, and to investigate, could government really clean up the casino business? Had they really done it? And there was all these news stories about tough law enforcement. And what I showed was it was all a fraud. They were going after little people and never after the casino owners, even though I put them in bed with a Medellin drug cartel, money launderers, supplying liquor and limousines to 13-year-old girls who had money to gamble with. I mean, just horrible things that went on in New Jersey. And Donald was the biggest story in town. He owned 2 casinos. Unlike the other casino executives who were boring suits, he was quite a colorful character. And I knew he'd be an important part of the story. I figured out right away he was P.T. Barnum, although I've revised it some since, because P.T. Barnum never hurt anybody. Donald Trump hurt people a lot. But that I went there. And by the way, I wrote a book called Temples of Chance. Half of it's about Trump, and showed the fraud of casino regulation in New Jersey, that it was a sham. They did things like a cocktail waitress found a $500 chip on the floor at Harrah's Casino. They arrested her in the middle of the night, took her children into social services as a felon. The judge threw the case out. They then prosecuted her as a misdemeanor. The judge threw the case out. They then went after her license, and the Casino Control Commission said there's no rule that you can't pick up a chip on the floor. But they got lots of publicity about how tough they were. And when I showed that Donald Trump was cheating novice roulette players, the only known case of cheating in Atlantic City casinos, stupid to cheat if you're an owner, the government found a way to get rid of that case and make it go away. When Donald was doing unbelievable favors for a major international drug trafficker, they made the case go away by never asking him the important questions. And that's all detailed in the making of Donald Trump. And that's how I started out with him. And Shaq, when I find somebody who's important, I stick with them. I mean, I wrote about Baron Hilton stealing his father's fortune that was supposed to go to poor children. And I kept files on him until the day he died, and wrote about him until the day he died. Daryl Gates, the LA police chief, Jack Welch, the head of GE, who gave up $70 million of retirement perks over a single story I wrote. And I got to get off. NPR is calling. See you guys next week.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Sorry, because we wanted to speak to David Cay Johnston before he rushed off.
He's got to be on NPR. There's another television. I mean, it's a big radio show here.
I just wanted to actually ask a question I wanted to ask you before. So you were talking about the money coming into medical research and things like that. the tech companies, to my great dismay, they keep pushing AI. And they've actually been looking at AI as a way to, advance medical technology. That's been something that they've been doing quite a lot. Do you think that there's that's a good development, that AI and the tech companies' funding of AI might actually result in a good, development or some good progress in the medical field?
Yeah.
Also, actually, new capital for biomedical innovation as well, perhaps.
Yeah, but not in the way that the AI companies are selling themselves. Ultimately, the window of opportunity we have is from looking at the biology of the genome and figuring out what parts of it are functional and what parts are not important. And only an AI approach to the genome can sort that out. What I think biotech companies are getting funded for by Silicon Valley, by computer people who are rich from computers, they're getting funded for pouring in Medicare data and hospital data and ICD-10 codes and payment data, and somehow they're supposed to make out of this sausage a steak, a sizzling steak.
Yeah, but some of them are also looking at causality of illnesses and things like that. They're using artificial intelligence in order to try to find statistical correlations that we may not be able to readily detect.
Well, humans. We did that 20 years ago at the St. Louis VA, and it turns out there are lots of diseases that go together, and we found the main genotype that explains it all, namely the excess angiotensin converting enzyme. So 2/3 of diseases are caused by too much ACE. You take the right ACE inhibitor, you don't get 2/3 of disease. That work was totally ignored as well. I think AI is a hype. It's too bad they have all the money in the world, but they don't have a clue about biology. And the idea of just giving the problem, and I don't mean to offend you if you're a computer guy, but the only rich people are. But the truth is, it's incredibly arrogant to think that you can solve biology with a computer, no matter how smart, because there are no rules. We don't understand the rules for biology. Is
this a veiled attack on Californian tech giants and just California in general?
Yeah, well, my basic feeling is that human society is for shit. I think it's extremely hypocritical. And I think there are a lot of people dying, starting with the 200,000 Americans who've been dying of preventable COVID. I'm appalled by our state of public health globally. I think the is a fraud.
I made quite a big deal about this before you came on, about excess mortality rates in the US versus just accrued death rates, and also how a person may have their death attributed to coronavirus, where it may have been something else that complicated their situation, especially amongst the elderly. Can you comment on excess mortality, and can you comment on, look, the coronavirus in COVID-19 is not, for our viewers, is not the only coronavirus. Obviously, the common flu is a coronavirus. So, can you comment on whether you think the excess mortality rate in the US versus a lot of other wealthy Western countries similar to the US is as bad as perhaps the 200,000 figure might make it look?
Well, I think the problem is we don't really have a clue. The testing has been inadequate. The tests themselves are unreliable. People who have what seem to be, COVID-19 symptoms, the PCR test and the antibody test turn out to be negative. My case that I reported, my first case, had to be COVID-19, but all his tests came out negative. So we don't test everybody, and the tests we have are inadequate. Without adequate testing, which is what people like Fauci have been saying we need, the whole thing is a farce. What I think we need to do is focus on clinical symptoms, which I think are very important, especially the feeling of shortness of breath and burning with each breath, and treating those symptoms, making them go away, which only quercetin can do very, very quickly, as far as I know.
Yes, there it
Nothing
is.
else to do.
Sharif, you're down in Malaysia. How is Malaysia handling? You have 32 million people. How's Malaysia handling, and how many deaths do you have in Malaysia on COVID-19?
Okay. Just recently, I think this is second wave. I think yesterday I saw that 150 people affected by COVID-19. And today I think more than 106 people. But according to the Deputy Generals of Health of Malaysia, so it's actually this one of the reason that Sabah is far from main Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia, Sabah and Sarawak. Actually, in Sabah there are many COVID-19 patients. Actually, they are finding, and they are thinking this is second wave. And beside that, I think there are 32 million people, 134.
Okay, Dr. Moskowitz, how do you explain this, that Malaysia with 32 million have 134 deaths total, and we have a population 10 times greater, 330 million, let's say, and we have 200,000 deaths, where if we were to multiply them 10 times, we'd have 1340 should be our expected return. So why is it that Malaysia has very few deaths on COVID-19 and we're off the charts? This doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it gets back to the first question that David Cay Johnston asked me, nutrition, in particular curry.
Oh, yeah?
Wait,
Curry
you don't eat curry down in Malaysia, do you, Sharif?
Curry, yes. Actually, Malaysian food is what the doctor said. This is actually correct. I think Malaysian food is combinations of Chinese food and the Indian foods and the Malaysian local foods, and we use different kind of, let's say, different kind of spices. Different kind of spices, and yeah.
You cheated.
No. But I don't know what the scientific explanation behind that. I love to learn.
Well, it's in my case report. By the way, Shaq, down in Australia, you're getting Malaysian. I mean, Australia and Malaysia are doing more together than ever, and the diet is becoming more Malaysian, so it should help Australia lower numbers. The explanation is cool. This receptor that may be responsible for anaphylactoid reactions, like peanut allergies. It's just been studied in the last few years. It turns out to bind these viral nucleocapsids and induce degranulation of mast cells. Mast cells have 200 products inside them, like histamine and renin and heparin, all kinds of things that eventually kill you if it keeps going on. And quercetin blocks all this from happening. And it raises the possibility that quercetin may be good for the common cold. In other words, that's why I think testing is less important than symptoms. I think quercetin will be just as useful for influenza this coming fall as it will be for SARS.
So I should be eating Indian food because I got an Indian restaurant right down the street.
Yes,
sure should be.
I have another question. Just I want to come to this Professor Nick point. Let's say India also using different kind of spicy and other thing. Even example, Singapore also food habit almost same. Malaysia, Singapore. But my question is that even let's say Indian COVID situation is not good. Even in Bangladesh, Pakistan, not so good. They are affecting by a lot of things. Even Singapore, I think, compared to Singapore and Malaysia, Singapore population is lower than Malaysia, but they also have a lot of COVID patients. A lot of COVID patients. What are the issues? Like even we eat almost same food. India, Malaysia, Singapore.
Well, I've been to all those places, especially to the Central Mosque in Kuala Lumpur at dawn, which was gorgeous. And it seems to me that Singapore is more British, maybe, than Malaysia, and to the extent that it's more British, it may be less Indian. And
Malaysia's more American, so they did worse, and Singapore's more British.
No, Malaysia doesn't seem to be American at all, from what I saw. I thought Malaysia was pretty unique.
But the flag looks always the same.
I think what he's trying to say is there's too many McDonald's in Singapore, and there's more Indian food in Malaysia. So because of that,
well, it's poorer. I mean, Malaysia is poorer than Singapore. The poorer the food, the more like Indian curry it is, I think.
Yeah. But I blame Donald Trump for that. Like, if I can get back to your drug drugs comment for a moment. You were talking before about perhaps repurposing generic drugs. There's a sort of new wave of ideas now about biological compounds working in harmony with the body's system to try and combat these things. Do you think that might be a more powerful way or an equally powerful way of combating things?
Well, so biological compounds, meaning antibodies. Pfizer wanted to make 20%.
A foreign chemical compound, a biological compound.
So large molecular weight proteins, is that what you're talking about?
Well, I read a report the other day saying that they're looking at biological compounds working in harmony with the body's system in order to get the body system to harmonize and sort of work together to combat diseases and things like that, as opposed to just, say, a drug, which is a chemical compound that's being introduced into the body.
Biochemicals, same thing. I think the key word is biological. Biological usually means big protein, which has to be injected subcutaneously or intravenously. Pfizer, for example, wanted 20% of its drug output to be biological because it's very hard to turn it into generic. It's very tough to make antibodies and proteins. And like even insulins, for example, people charge through the nose for, and it's 64 amino acids, something like that.
What's that drug? Is it Humana? Or is that your health? Is that your health insurance company?
Humana is our health insurance company. Humira. Humira is anti-TNF alpha. It's an antibody that has to be given sub-Q or IV. The problem with antibodies is that they hang around for 30 days. So if somebody develops allergy, anaphylaxis, they're dead. You can't dialyze it off because the antibody won't cross the dialysis membrane. It's way too big. And they're dead meat. So from a safety point of view, biologicals are a bad idea. They only make sense from a business point of view, but not from a public health point of view, because they're always going to be way too expensive.
So, I mean, obviously, in the case of anaphylactic shock, you might, immediately go to something like epinephrine. Epinephrine, I can't do it. You know the word I'm trying to say. This is why I'm not in medicine. Epinephrine, right? But if you're going to talk about, say, like something like COVID or a different kind of corona type virus or those sorts of things, would perhaps a biological compound do better than just a chemical compound in those types of scenarios, because we know that things like coronavirus is mutating, same as SARS did and other things. Like, would that perhaps give you better efficacy?
Well, so people are looking at the docking of the SARS coronavirus to ACE2 on the host cells, and I'm sure they're looking at antibodies that are produced by a vaccine, and I'm sure there's a group of biotech companies that are going to be making peptides of 10 to 20 amino acids in length, also that are going to block that binding and infection of the virus. But and it'll be hyped, but I don't think there's anything safer than quercetin, which is already in our diet, is generic, doesn't require a prescription, costs a penny a pill, or not more than a few pennies a pill, and blocks the degranulation, a subsequent step than actual binding. In other words, there are many ways to skin the cat, and public health demands that it be the safest, cheapest. But what Big Pharma seems to be doing is going for the most expensive, most Rube Goldberg-ish, and they get money for that. They get investors to go after that, because people are, we live in an era of being baffled by bullshit. So
but David, you said the real problem, it sounds to me, is that how do you monetize this? I mean, the thing is, if somebody can just pick up one of these and,
you don't. You get credit. You get credit as you get a good reputation as a next generation disease management company, which my company Genomed wants to be, and people start trusting you for giving you the cheap preventive healthcare. For example, I think the best thing that we could do is get on with Lynn and offer preventive healthcare through the dollar store.
Oh yeah,
I mean there's CVS, Aetna, right, and there's Walgreens, and they've been ignoring me for 20 years. Fuck them. I'll go through the dollar store, and we'll get to poor people who need the help the best, and we can take over the world.
Right. Yeah, because my just looking at quercetin, and they did run it through the IBM Summit, which is their supercomputer in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. There also somebody from the University of Tennessee. They wrote a whole study like you did that supported the research. Then the rabbit hole dies, and I'm going like, why is it dying? It seems to me, David, you just explained the problem. Well, you can buy it for pennies. Well, that doesn't. How do you monetize something you can buy for pennies? You don't. So what happens? Big Pharma, just like any good, red-blooded American capitalist, ignores it. They go, okay, this is great. It's pennies. Now, I went and bought some. I never owned it before. But the thing is, I was going just based on this. To me, I'm going, well, at least this is better than what they have right now for coronavirus, which is nothing. In other words, so I go, if your theory doesn't work, at least from what I've seen empirically, studies say it does. Okay, supercomputers say it does. The rest of the scientific world ignores it. Okay, it's better than what I got right now, which is nothing, because my wife, I was afraid she had it. She didn't. We tested her several times. But if she got it, I know I get it. If I get it, I don't like it. And the thing is, being asthmatic, you recommended also look at like prednisone and some of the steroids, which I have already there. I had to stockpile them because one of my doctors wouldn't prescribe it. They said you'd abuse it. I don't abuse it. It sits there, and if I absolutely need it, I use it. And then I thought, well, I might as well get quercetin, because I'm going, gee, it looks like it has a reasonable chance to be a treatment. But here's what I've seen. It's totally ignored everywhere except in the studies by the University of Tennessee, Oak Ridge, and IBM's supercomputer called Summit. That's it.
I'll make you guys feel better. Holmes is, you just left. Thank you for leaving at this moment, Holmes.
Oh, he came back.
Holmes is the chairman of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce, the American International Chamber of Commerce, and a whole heap of other things. And Holmes, I have an idea for you. as soon as Lynn has the drug on the Family Dollar store for $1, we'll roll it out across the 500,000 members that are in the Chambers of Commerce. What do you think?
You know this product, Doctor?
What is that?
I can't read it. Optimist?
Yes.
Optimist. Yeah, it's somebody who thinks that the world will get better.
It has got the ingredients are distilled water, maltodextrin,
Yeah.
WEC, is it WEC? HEC, and sodium carbonate.
It's an eye drop?
And you spray it in your nasal cavity, your nasal.
Yeah. HEC is probably cellulose.
So
hydroxyethyl cellulose.
They're presently selling this on Amazon, $22, and you spray it in your nose.
Oh, that's for COVID?
COVID, yeah.
Yeah. No, you take quercetin and it gets rid of your nasal congestion much better. Because all that's due to the mast cell. A little recognized cell up to now.
This is ineffective, is it?
Totally.
Okay.
I know that this has already been debunked, but for some of the viewers, we have a very international audience. I know the situation here, but what do you think about the idea of people getting hair dryers because they said that the COVID dies on heat and they get hair dryers to blow it up their nose? What do you think of that? And where did it come from?
Wait, are they putting the hair dryer up their nostril?
Well, I believe. Look, I don't know, but I believe how it's being done is they're just holding it there. I don't know. I don't know quite the logistics of how they're doing it, but apparently this was the thing. This was the thing that I'd heard about. What are your thoughts and feelings on this thing?
Well, I think people are being very creative because they're not getting any help from the public health authorities. But I think quercetin will do the trick.
Well, I guess why isn't the federal government rolling out this quercetin at all? I mean,
because
Donald Trump didn't want to have the country run out of it, so he was taking it and he was telling everyone that he was taking hydroxychloroquine instead. That was what happened.
Right.
I lay it at Tony Fauci's feet. In 2003, with the first SARS epidemic, I actually thought that losartan could be a general viral antidote. And I gave it to my West Nile patients because that's when we had West Nile and SARS kind of in the same summer. In the spring was SARS and in the summer was West Nile in the US. And losartan actually seemed to improve West Nile outcomes. I spoke to Fauci's number 2, and I spoke to the White House OSTP, and Fauci's number 2 said that basically the NIAID was not interested in an antiviral, in a universal antiviral, that they were only interested in vaccines. And that's what's happened this time around as well. Quercetin is a universal antiviral. I mean, it should work against Ebola. It should be great for biodefense, for DARPA, and that's what the OSTP was interested in 2003 under Bush's White House. But Fauci only cares about vaccines, which is crazy. He's still spending taxpayers' money on an HIV vaccine, long after it's been shown that HIV mutates so much that nobody's ever been able to accomplish a vaccine, because the thing doesn't stay still. You get antibodies to one set of proteins, and then you have a completely different set of proteins in your body 6 months later. Anyway, Fauci, I think, is the problem. And somehow he has infected WHO, which doesn't impress me one iota. I think all the public health authorities have this groupthink that keeps them from obeying their oath that they took.
David, there's a lot of criticism of antibiotics, saying that those, when they're administered too much to people, can cause people to end up having a weaker immune system. If we started to go down the path of antivirals, is there a possibility in the future that might cause people to have, more susceptibility to viruses? Netflix actually has a thing on their show about food and how it's produced, and they actually had an episode about peanuts where they talked about potentially one of the reasons for allergies is that we're giving antibiotics to people very young, and it's causing their immune systems not to recognize danger, and so then all of a sudden it just goes haywire and causes these immune responses. So could everybody being on antivirals perhaps cause that sort of issue potentially?
Well, this will be my last broadcast, my last broadside, because I got to go see patients. But antibiotics, the main fear is that we're selecting for resistance among both bacteria and viruses. And that soon there'll be the equivalent of MRSA in the bacterial world and MRSA in the viral world, in which case we'll be really screwed. The problem with antibiotics in animals is that the food it actually has the antibiotic in it. And I can see we might get more allergies to that. But the main problem is that we're creating superbugs. So I'm very reluctant to use antibiotics in my patients because most things you can actually get over without them. Like even urinary tract infections, usually they pass without the need for antibiotics.
But you don't think there's
have to bow out.
All right. Well, thank you, David Moskowitz, for coming to our show. Thank you. See, technology is great. And also, we're at the half hour. I'd like to welcome our special new guest has arrived, who is Don Pendleton from the Asset Foundation. I think he's in the Salt Lake City area right now. So, Don, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate being on here. It's been an interesting morning for me. We run the longest running asset protection class anywhere in the nation. We've been teaching this we're in our 22nd year. We're teaching basics of asset protection, estate planning, income tax reduction. We're teaching some very basic principles, but it's something that's not taught very well in the United States. How real estate investors, how medical professionals, anybody that's high risk for lawsuits protects, isolates assets, how to save money on taxes, take advantage of the new Trump tax laws, tie everything into an estate plan. This is basically, it's asset protection 101 for real estate tax business owners.
John, can you teach Bill about how to get his taxes down to $750 every 15 years?
Bill
allows me to make an argument that it could be ethically okay.
Well, let me give Don some introduction. Bill Trezevant is with IBMTV. He runs American Politics. He's an attorney out of Washington, D.C. Homestoner, off to the right, is the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce in Los Angeles. Shakeel Latimer is a billion-dollar money manager out of Singapore, but he's right now in Sydney, Australia because of COVID-19. And Sharif is in Malaysia. He's a PhD scholar and also runs the Sharif School of Economics on IBMTV. And Don Pendleton I've known for years because he actually ran what is the largest and most long-standing asset protection firm in the United States. I guess it goes back more than 40 years right now, where they teach people about income tax planning, asset protection planning, lawsuit planning, all the things that you would learn in law school. they do it in 3 days. But he's got a really great course. I went to a couple of them, I think in Chicago and in Florida, and really great course. It's a seminar style course. But Don, what are you doing now with COVID-19? I mean, how are you able to put on your what I call your 3-day law school crash course?
Well, we're still teaching it. We're teaching live. We bring in we'll bring in like Scott Estel, the former senior trial attorney from the IRS, but he does it from home and he teaches from it, but the same principles that we've always taught: income tax reduction, estate planning, asset protection. We just do it live. We're hoping that our next event is coming up in November. We're hoping that will be a live event. The governor of Nevada is supposed to announce tomorrow whether they're going to lift the ban on 50 people or not. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But whether they lift the ban or not, we're going to teach the class. Whether it's live or live stream, we'll still teach, and we'll have anywhere from if it's a live class, 200 people. If it's live stream, it might be 1,000 people in the class. So we continue to teach. Yeah.
So you're actually getting a lot of attendance on the live stream now on the asset protection.
We really are.
Okay. Yeah. And by the way, Bill Trezevant had a real hard time with Trump this morning because Trump dominated our conversation with his $750 total tax liability. And Bill really needs to take your course to see how it's done. So we're going to send you a lot of recommendations, not just him, but a lot of our viewers and IBMTV. Well, and I think on Monday, we're going to do a whole series on Trump tax planning. What?
Real estate losses.
That's exactly right. But it's shocking to find out how many people don't know the stuff that you guys teach at the Asset Foundation. I think it's a great course. I endorse people to go if you can find this course and go there, because then you'll be more updated as to how the lawsuit protection works in the United States, the taxes work in the United States, basically how our system works in there. And we're so grateful to have you on IBMTV, Don, to discuss it. So can you go over a little bit more about the Asset Foundation and some of the subjects that you discussed there?
We started years ago with we call him the father of asset protection. His name was Jay Mitten, an attorney out of Utah, Idaho, California. But he was the very first one that really started to bring an awareness of what we call now the lawsuit epidemic. Prior to 1965 and no-fault divorces, since divorce is a form of a lawsuit, but California initiated no-fault divorces. Now we have precedent cases where all different types of no-fault lawsuits are taking place. Employers are getting sued for what stupid things the employees do, acts that happened 10, 15 years ago, but even though they're outside of the normal statute of limitations, they're within the expanded time of discovery. We just discovered that those amalgam fillings in my mouth for 20 years have caused the problems. Now all of a sudden, this has opened up a myriad of lawsuits. And the fact that our economy has changed, our people have changed. This has become a little bit more of a gimme society rather than I'll go out and get a good education and earn it and save money. But it started with Jay Mitten, and he started teaching in the late 70s and 80s and developing limited partnerships that were really unbreakable. And LLCs hadn't been created at that time. Now we've taken those same clauses and those same techniques and started to put those into LLCs as well. You think back of nowadays, if you go to Manhattan, see the big skyrise buildings, or go to Honolulu and you see the big skyrise buildings on the beach, and you understand the basic concepts of The land is in one LLC. The first 10 floors are in another LLC. The next 10 floors in another LLC. It's all managed by a corporation that really owns nothing but is responsible for everything. You go to Montana and you look at the mines, the shafts that go down 3,000 feet, and you understand how it's structured. The operation is managed by a corporation that owns nothing. The surface land is in one LLC. The first 500 feet are in another LLC, and we go all the way down. These concepts were created back in the 70s and 80s by Jay Minton. And so I had the chance before he left, before he retired. He passed away, Nick, as you know, about 3 months ago.
3 months ago, right.
But before but as he's doing his swan song, I had the chance to ghostwrite several textbooks for him and work with him and get into his mind and create case studies and what if this and what if this and how does this small business set up? How does this real estate investor do it? And it was amazing. I got more time with him than any of the attorneys in his office ever did because, again, he's trying to write his swan song and say, here's the basics of asset protection. Here's how we do it. Here's some of the great clauses. If you're going to have an LLC, here's how to maintain it correctly so that it doesn't get pierced. So here's the best states to hold it in. Do we set up your business in Nevada or Wyoming or Alaska or Delaware or just the state you're in? Those are the concepts that we're trying to convey to people. And it seems sophisticated, but there are some very basic principles that once you understand the basics, it all comes together very well. How do we take my business entities and now tie them down to a trust or an estate plan? I helped a lady just a few months ago. They owned a water drilling company in the state of Texas. Oh, wait, they didn't own it. He owned it. It was in a single member LLC, but he's riding a bull in a Texas rodeo. He passes away. Who owns the LLC now? Well, it's going to go through 9-12 months of Texas probate before she can control it. And it may not be worth $4 million. And so we always take your business entities, tie them down to an estate plan. This is sort of what we teach, Nick. That's the shortest.
John, would you say, as I was trying to intimate earlier, that a lot of these types of tax effective strategies are actually available to the everyday person if they really want to use them, especially small business owners?
Absolutely. Most people, if they're looking to reduce their taxes, there's very few tax deductions you can take personally. They have to have a business. But knowing that if I now have the business, now I can write off my cell phone because the IRS says that I can. Now I can write off internet. Now I can start taking mileage logs. Some of these are the simplest, easiest they don't have to be multi-million-dollar tax strategies. We don't have to get into charitable remainder trusts and foreign entities. We don't have to do family foundations. Some of them, you're absolutely right. It's the simple, basic. Here's how we reduce our taxes, but it can be expanded for multimillionaires up to the point where Trump doesn't owe taxes, or at least we don't think he does, but because we don't see his tax returns. But
John, also just in relation to internationalization, one of the issues that I've had personally, I'm a dual citizen. I'm a citizen of Australia and the United Kingdom. I have a residence permit that's been approved. I'm going to get over there for Switzerland, which is where I intend to live. But I also have some business interests, or will have business interests, in the United States. And I've had to navigate all these different jurisdictions that are wanting to tax me. So I guess when it comes to internationalization, and especially foreign investment coming into the US, or US citizens that actually want to invest in foreign countries, do you think that some internationalization and some of these more complex strategies have to play a role?
No, they don't have to. For people living in the U.S., they don't have to go offshore. There's so many tax strategies in the U.S. Now, for foreign investors, that gets in a whole more. That becomes a lot more complicated. when we're dealing with international rules. And so most of our clients, in fact, I would say 99% of our clients are U.S., dealing with U.S. Based assets. That's really our forte. That's where we teach. We're not, it's too complex when we're dealing with so many different countries and so many jurisdictions, and we haven't got into that.
You're just too complex, Shakeel. That's your problem. You're spread all over the bloody world, you know.
Pay for tax advice and lawyers. It's terrible. It's
a budget item. But Don, when you do get your next classes, could you let us know so we could let all the people on IBM TV know about it? Not just Economics Monday. We also have Financial Friday, and then we run programming on Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But part of our mission at IBM TV is financial literacy. As a not-for-profit, we're encouraging people to become more financially literate. And your course, I think, is a brilliant course for people to take to learn more about becoming more financial literate. So when you have your next one, let us know. So we'll have all of our producers and our various different shows that are in the financial area, let their people know about the Asset Foundation when you do your next presentation. Are you planning to do one in Las Vegas? Is that the next plan?
We are planning on doing that. So that would be November 9th, 10th, and 11th. It's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday class. But the caliber of the attorneys that we bring to this don't always work on weekends. And so we know that that's a barrier to entry for some people, but it's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday class. We're bringing in some of the best instructors anywhere in the nation. And information, you can find it at protectwealth.com, protectwealth.org. That's the name of our company. So we're pretty easy to find. But I can also send you, Nick, I can send you the information about it that you can broadcast to anybody in your network. Would love to have your support on this. Because I absolutely believe, Nick, what you're saying. I think we do a lousy job in the U.S. teaching financial literacy. And that's really our passion, is teaching the basics of asset protection, tax planning. I mean, this is what we can do. And we can get as complex as people want to get. But for most people, small business owners, they really just need to know the basics because they didn't learn it in high school. We don't teach it in college. You can get a doctorate degree and still not know the basics of an IRA or a simple trust or how to fill out a tax form. I applaud what you're doing, Nick. It's really, really needed.
Yeah, and that's part of our mission, is to help people become more financially literate. It shocked some people on the panel that Donald Trump arranged his affairs so he paid very little in taxes. And the thing is, we plan on, I think, next Monday actually to bring in subject matter experts. If you know some people who can come on Monday, Don, to talk about the Trump taxes. It dominated our programming in the morning on Economics Monday, as there was some shock that he could actually arrange his affairs, so he paid very little in income taxes. But I know that what you do at your protectivewealth.com is that you train the business owners how to minimize their taxes, shelter their assets from creditors and potential lawsuits, and minimize their liability, which you're right, Don, it's not taught in schools. Almost everybody that comes out of our high schools and colleges today are financially illiterate, and they don't know about some of these basic techniques. So this gives them an opportunity to do it. Yeah.
We've got Scott Estel, former senior trial attorney from the IRS, teaching on our webinar stage here in a week or so, and comparing the Biden Trump the Biden tax, what he's planning on doing with the Trump tax laws and what he's proposing. That will be a very, very interesting discussion to compare the two side by side and see what, because we've talked a lot about social issues in this campaign, and very seldom this time, very unusual, they haven't really rolled out very effectively their tax plan. And I think voters need to know the difference between the two candidates.
Oh, and when is that going to be, Don?
Well, I don't have the date on that. I can send you a link to that webinar coming up.
All right.
Or we could maybe have Scott invited to your panel. And
yeah, that would be great. We'd love to stream them on IBMTV, because I can tell you the minute that hit, that's a hot topic right now, and it dominated our whole show this morning, even though we were supposed to talk about more boring things such as TikTok and where it's going. It didn't seem to matter. Everybody wanted to talk about the tax returns of Donald Trump. So the tax policy, that would be really good, Don. And then we'd like to let people know where they can learn more about going to your classes on Asset Foundation. I honestly think everybody should take that class. I've been to it, at least if you're in the United States. I don't know if it's going to benefit Sharif or Shakeel, because they live in Malaysia and Australia. But if you're in the United States, what?
I don't live in Australia. I live in Switzerland.
Oh, you live in Switzerland. He lives in Switzerland, but he's in Australia now.
I actually teach some courses, or I'm a guest on some courses that are taught by people I know in Australia, and very interesting. I'd like to get your response to this, Don. When I was about 12 years old, the person who at that time spoke in Australia was in front of, I believe, a Senate inquiry to do with media, and he was asked about his taxes, and the Australian Taxation Office had been after him for ages, and he said, of course I minimise my taxes. Anybody who doesn't minimise their taxes needs their head read. I don't think that government is doing such a great job with my money that I should donate extra. Do you think that that's a fair point for the everyday person to adopt as well?
Well, you know what? I think we have precedent cases where judges, even Supreme Court judges, have come out and said you can arrange your affairs so that you pay as much tax as you feel like you need to. That there are toll roads and free roads built into the system, and there are also into our system and our tax code. I could maybe, if I arrange my affairs so much that I can claim the income this year or next year, or maybe I can go back and claim it in a few years from now. I don't want to pay the taxes this year. I want to pay it in the future. Okay. There are, look, I'm not creating the laws, but with a little education, you can certainly take advantage of the laws. And there's nothing illegal about that. It's not tax evasion to take advantage of the laws that Congress created. Tax evasion is not claiming income and claiming, I really didn't make any money this year. Well, that's tax evasion. We don't teach tax evasion strategies. But I guess I failed to mention that the Scott Estel, I've thrown his name around a couple times. Since leaving the IRS, he's turned around and sued them over 2,000 times. I don't know that he's ever lost a case. He's just fearless in knowing how far to push the IRS, all the little games that they play. And he can represent you all the way up to the Supreme Court level of the tax code. He's brilliant. As a strategist, I don't know anybody better. But we also bring in Clint Coons, who's a asset protection attorney. We'll bring in Aaron Adams, who's flipped over 10,000 homes. But you won't see him on any flipping show, but he knows real estate in the U.S. better than anybody that I know. We bring in Mike Koval, who's the best stock market strategist internationally that I know. We're bringing in some high-power people. Oh, okay. Sorry.
He just met you, Shakeel.
I just met you. It's been 10 minutes.
I'll forgive you for now.
Okay, that's good.
Right. No, Don has a great lineup. And like I said, if you ever have a chance to go to Las Vegas, you want to see the real show in Las Vegas. And it isn't anything on the Strip. It's what Don does on his show on the Asset Foundation. You just got to be able to find it. And at IBMTV, we're more than happy to promote that and let people know, because like I said, our mission is financial literacy. And it's just so hard, Don, to get that information that you guys do routinely at the Asset Foundation. And I think next Monday we are going to have the Trump taxes. So if Scott's available Monday, I'd like to certainly have him talk about the Trump plan versus the Biden plan. I've never seen it laid out. And I believe tomorrow night we will still not see it laid out, because usually they go, it's a debate. What's your tax plan? You have 30 seconds. Okay. Right. And come on, Don, you can't give your tax plan out in 30 seconds.
I'm going to come to Vegas to attend your thing, because one, Vegas is fun.
Yeah.
Two, because I really want to find out what I'll do if I became American to take care of my tax situation. And three, because I want to meet this person who's so good at stock trading and markets.
Oh, let me introduce you. Okay.
We'll have to get him on IBMTV, Don.
Some interest rate derivatives trading. I still want to find out who this person is.
You got a little competition there, Shakeel. Yeah. Welcome to America, the world's largest economy. You know, we got a lot of people here, but yeah, he's got a great lineup, and it's definitely worth going to. I saw Jersey Boys when I was there, but I also saw the great asset protection show that Don puts on also when I was there. So just realized though, Don, a lot of our viewers are international. So we go to 122 countries, but some of them they fly, they'll travel, and they'll go as soon as COVID-19 stops, and they'll go to Las Vegas because they've been to Las Vegas to go to the show. So no, I think that's a great show.
Vegas, please. There's a museum there called the Neon Museum. They've got all the old neon signs from Vegas. And I went there, and look, I thought it was great. So please go and support your local museum wherever you are. But if you happen to be in Vegas, check it out. So I thought it was a lot of fun.
Well, I like the Money Museum out of Chicago for Federal Reserve.
That's my favorite place.
You know, the Money Museum. And Bill Trezevant definitely needs to go, because he was shocked and appalled that somebody could actually structure their affairs, so I had to pay $750 in tax.
Well, it wasn't just that. In all fairness, it was the combination of structuring in such a way and then turning around and purporting to want to lead the nation. And so by setting an example of doing things, that aren't.
So can I tell you a story? I'll try and be brief, right?
Okay.
So one of the largest mid-tier brokerage firms that's sort of halfway between a retail trader and somebody who's, a professional trader. It might even be the firm that you might work for a bank and you need to have access to slightly better tools, is a firm called Interactive Brokers. The person who founded that group came over from, I think it was Hungary, as a very poor person, and he started working as a floor trader, and he started to create these like tablets essentially, which could calculate positions and options trades and the mathematics behind it very quickly. And what he started to do was he started to computerize, back in the days when this was kind of new, he started to computerize the entry and exit of positions.
Mm-hmm.
And the regulator came into his offices and said, you can't do that. The rules and the regulations specify that an order must be entered by a keyboard. So he read the rules and regulations and said, well, actually, it says it has to be entered by a keyboard, but it doesn't say that a human has to enter it. So what he did was he created these machines that sat on the top of the keyboards that hit the buttons. And in a lot of interviews, he refers to this and he says, look, the regulator came back and I had all these banks of computers and all these machines rattling and all these engines sort of going, and, it was fantastic, and the regulator couldn't do anything about it. Look, he didn't break the law. He didn't break the regulation. He just found a way to do what he thought would advance the thing. Now, I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump because, everyone will go, oh, Shaq, you're a big right-wing, horrible person. I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump, but he didn't do anything illegal in relation to reducing his taxes as far as we know. And until there's evidence of that, the fact that a very rich person reduced their taxes isn't really newsworthy, because so do all the other billionaires in the world. There's no billionaires in the world anywhere, nobody in the Forbes list that goes around and goes, I deliberately paid more tax than my tax advisors and lawyers told me I had to pay.
Yeah, that would be fair enough.
Yeah, well, I assume that when the New York Times continues to roll out his actual taxes, well, the information, we'll be able to drill down, and then we'll see whether or not they were legitimate deductions. But to the extent that they are not legitimate deductions, then I think it is important for the American people.
Well, you're neglecting one big fact, my dear friends. He is president of the United States of America, and we're supposedly looking at him for leadership and morality.
Exactly, Holmes.
Rest my case.
Well,
the chairman of the same Chamber of Commerce I'm the president of is in California, and is trying to convince me to move over there so we can discount his opinion.
Yeah, well, that is certainly one of the cases, but I'm sure next week on Economics Monday we'll drill down further, since it seems like the Trump tax thing is interesting. I do believe that there are ways that small businessmen should learn about tax planning, because once you do own your own business, it doesn't come with a course, Don, except your course on tax planning and asset protection planning. So you all of a sudden, the entrepreneurs, we run Startup Wednesday. Entrepreneurs know nothing about this, I can tell you, but it's something they all have to know about. Creating a company, running a company, managing it tax efficient, in spite of the fact other people believe they should pay a lot more if you're in politics. A lot of people aren't in politics, they're in business, so they want to pay the least amount possible, legally, of course, and I think that's what you provide over at the Asset Foundation, the tax planning and the asset protection tools and techniques that people need. So I think that'll be good.
Bill, let me ask you a question. And to you, Holmes. I know I'm going to get a phone call after the show now. Let me ask you a question. I assume, and please tell me if I'm wrong, I assume that you guys think that a higher minimum wage would be helpful to the people who are working. Would that be yes? Yeah. Holmes? Yep.
Well, I'm not a proponent of that, but I'll follow you.
Oh, what sort of Californian are you? Now, is a Pennsylvania and California? That's what's gone wrong. Now, so Bill, we'll just direct it at you then. So you believe in a higher minimum wage. What if you just reduce their taxes instead of increasing their wages?
Well, wait a minute. It's the same thing. If you increase their wages, you take more from them. They feel like they're making more, but they really didn't. So what's wrong with that?
So what if instead of that, you just reduce their taxes and pay more money?
No, because that makes them feel bad. In other words, the thing is, what you want to do, Shakeel, is increase their wages, which our system does automatically, increase their taxes, then they feel good, even though they didn't make any more. You see what I mean? So it's a psychological play. And it's good because the 1% figure that out, but the 99% never figure it out. So that's the reason they need to go to Don's course, because then they can start figuring things like this out. You
reckon that would be a good strategy? Just reduce their taxes instead of increasing their wages?
No,
I think you're talking global economics and global tax reform. What we're doing is just teaching really simple principles that anybody can apply. Let me give you an example. 2 years ago, our family spent $27,000 in medical expenses. The IRS says I can only write that off. There's two ways that I can write it off. I can claim it as a personal deduction if it's less than 7.5% of my adjusted gross income. It wasn't. I'd made a good amount of money that year, so I couldn't write off any medical expenses. Or I could have a C corporation somewhere in my mix of entities with a medical reimbursement plan straight out of Section 105 of the Internal Revenue Code. If I have that, if I've got a C corporation somewhere in my mix with a medical reimbursement plan somewhere in the bylaws or the resolutions or the corporate minutes somewhere, then I can take all my medical expenses, add them up, invoice the corporation. I take that money out of the corporation, the $27,000. I expense it to the corporation, pay less in corporate taxes. I take that money, put it in my pocket tax-free because the IRS said that I could. There are toll roads and there are free roads. I'm not creating the roads, but I am teaching students how to take advantage of the simple laws. Shakeel, you're talking about global tax reform, or at least I can't affect policy, but I can teach small businesses to take advantage of the laws that exist. That's all we're about.
And that's what people need to know about. And we want to thank you, Don Pendleton, from the Asset Foundation, for coming to IBM TV, and thank our panelists and guests. We'll see you next week on with the Trump taxes and see how our broadcasts work on Trump.